Man. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. How's everybody? I'm gonna say this, yo. We had a great show yesterday, and I appreciate, people who wants to drop in and stuff like that. Hopefully, V for Vengeance can come on today. I text him, and I want him to say his piece on the show, or if he wants. Actually, no. Or if he wants me to play the video first that I found, and you know, he talk after, definitely. Either or, it's cool with me. I think I'm a little bit sick today. I think my son got me sick. He was sneezing, coughing, and stuff, and the whole hopeful 9 yards. Give me a second, everyone. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if my son got me sick or it's just the weather, but the show still got to go on. I always say that. Uh, Give me a second. Ooh, excuse me. When more people start to come on, we'll definitely can start talking and stuff right now. But me right now, I have to share this video with people, so because I know how Wiz and Bobby is. You gotta share. You gotta share the video. You know. And I'm gonna say that it's great to have people like that, Wiz and Bobby. You know. But yeah, definitely we got a great show. Um, who knows? You know, I think this is gonna be a good show because you know what? I was gonna wait till tomorrow to do the New York Blitz, but I'm gonna do it as a subtopic, and it's gonna be like an hour video. So definitely, we can break it down. We could talk about it. You know, definitely. I think it'll be great. Um, Also, too, shout out to the immigrants. You know, immigrants is who's going 10 toes down. You know, trying to fix their situation and stuff, and it actually is doing it peacefully. What I mean by peacefully, warning their own kind about certain things. You know, I feel like you should warn your own kind of what's going on, and you know, hold on a second. Give me a second, everybody. Uh. Oh yeah. Also, too, I was looking at sponsorships today, so definitely, hopefully, we'll get a sponsor and endorsement. Where I know it's not big just yet, but um, I feel like why not do this while we're growing? See all the memorable moments and being there for it. So if I can actually be there and stuff and do other shows and things, yeah, why not? You know, my other show, Sincerely My Paramour, I was gonna do it actually right now, but I was like, nah, let me do this topic right here. I always wondered, you know, I always wondered if the Pan African movement is one sided. The reason why I asked that question is Pan Africanism one sided because at the end of the day, they're the only people who want us to leave this country and help them build their country. Instead of like, yo, have these Africans come over here as they already are over here and help us build, help us get reparation, help us get policies, you know? We never hear like Pan Africans ever talk about that. I always had an issue with it. And like I just started learning that Pan Africanism was once like to me it looks like it's one sided, you know, for years. You know, I started learning like a few years ago. Like these motherfuckers is one sided. You know, they don't want none of us to have anything. Like you listen to Dr. Umar about reparations. Oh yeah, we shouldn't give it to these people now because they wouldn't know what to do with it. Like who made you fucking leader? Who made you king dingaling and tell niggas what to do? You know, tell us what to do with our money. You know, it's like a nigga, like nigga. It's like you making $1 million, and the nigga's like, well, you know what? You shouldn't have that $1 million because you're not gonna know what to do with it. Even though I made the $1 million, you know, it's crazy, man. I always have problems with those type of people. That's why I just let them talk. You know, give me a second. I gotta wipe this. A little better. Um, yeah, I always had a problem with those type of people, and the reason why, because they didn't achieve the level they think they're entitled because they achieved through me, or they achieved through the person who's making the money. You know, and it should never be like that. If you're the coach, stay the coach. But if you never coach a day in your fucking life, why are you even saying anything? You know, I always felt like that, as I told people. Um, but yeah, um, I do want to say also too, we had a great conversation about, was it New York Bloods? Me, I know nothing about New York Bloods. All I know is the Bloods were created in L.A. And the question was, hold on. Was Bloods, was black people oppressed in prison? I'm gonna say this, and just off the rip, let's just say if they was, cause I don't know. This is why I don't like doing hypotheticals. Just say they was oppressed in prison. Why would they ally themselves with, you know, people that already hate them? And let's be personally honest, foreigners don't like black Americans. Caribbeans don't like black Americans. Africans don't like black Americans. Only time they like us is when they can benefit. You know, we always hear about people are hard workers and stuff like that. But if you're a hard worker and your people's is hard workers, why they flee the country? You know. And then I know it's fucked up to say that. Hey, what's going on, Randall? Salute to Randall. Shout out to you. Yeah, actually, and hey, Randall, we're gonna talk about that question actually today. I want to hear. I don't know if you was here about the New York Bloods. I was saying this. People were talking about who created the New York Blood. I mean, New York Bloods. I was like, yo. The question I was saying is, if somebody in New York created the New York Bloods, aren't they supposed to get validated by people in L.A.? There had to be somebody with some type of L.A. connections. That's what I was saying. It wasn't like, oh yeah, and plus, or it could have just been some new shit, some shit just popping off. Like, let me give you an example. People in Lowell who are Asian, who's in Crips or Bloods, they're connected with people in California. Because don't forget, when the Khmer Rouge happened, some people went to the West Coast, some people went to the East Coast. Most of them landed in L.A. and others landed in Massachusetts. You know, people accepted them because them motherfuckers was darker than some black people. You know, and like as I was telling other people too, you got to be careful. It wasn't. You got to be careful with saying like, oh yeah, we all help together, we all work together, knowing that most of these people don't like us, knowing that most of these people have a problem with us. You know, and like, don't get me wrong, we're not crying victim or we're not crying foul. We're just saying like, let's not lie. That's all we're saying. Just let's not lie. We have no reason to lie. If you don't fuck with us, you don't fuck with us. You don't fuck with us because you think we're lazy. You don't fuck with us because you think we're lazy. But if I say some shit like, yo, I don't got nothing against you, but you can't talk shit either because your country is fucked up. This is the reason why you're even over here. Black Americans have fought for y'all to even come here. A majority of black Americans fought for you. It wasn't like a minority like in certain countries. Call a spade a spade. Facts. What's going on, Lala Brown? How you doing? Good afternoon. But yeah, you're right. Call a spade a spade. If you don't like us, you just don't like us. Don't try to change us because you're benefiting off of us. This is why I said last time, our immigrants getting our resources because they're filling in the title black. or Black American. Because in America, that's a title. We could look at it as a title or a sublineage. Because when we talk about, oh, black crime, we could be talking about Caribbean crime. We could add Caribbeans up in there. We could have Africans up in there. But you know what they do? When it's negative, they'll just say, oh, all black people are like that. And it could be their cousin that did it. You know? They're not going to tell us. You know? As long as they don't look bad, that's all that matters. But yeah, as I said, I have a video, of the Bloods gangs. I hope V for Vengeance could come up today. If not, I'm gonna let him talk tomorrow, and we can watch the video again, and he could break it down what they're saying. That's if he can't pop up. Let me check my email, see if he could, if he's up. Yeah, it's just like I always tell people this. When I ask a question, I just ask a question because I don't know. That's why I say, yo, it just, to me, like when people ask me something, it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense for, if the majority of black people in New York are if the majority is black Americans in the early 90s and the early 80s. I mean, in the 80s and the early 90s, why would they need help with anybody? They probably had some people that fucked with them. It's always like that. Or they was like, yo, let's fuck that, man. Let's fuck these niggas up. Or you're probably from a different street or stuff. It's like, yo, fuck it, we're in here together, so fuck it, let's be in a fucking chapter or somewhat. Niggas do that. Or the shit could just be hot right now. Just as the guy said. That's why I said, I wanted V for Vengeance to pop up. But I think this is a perfect time for him to do it. It'll be great. Because I want to use this as a subtopic. I think this subtopic right here would be good for him. If you think about it, all the movies in the 90s when they were fighting gangs, there were always foreigners, even bad boys. Those were Jamaicans. Yeah, see? I believe that. You want to hear something crazy? Those Jamaicans in Florida, those were the ones that was making fun of the Haitians. It wasn't the black Americans, but they blamed us for it. They blamed us for it. They had an issue with us. They won't tell you that, but they just say, oh yeah, it was black Americans. That's why, I always tell people when it's time to shame the devil, it's time to shame the devil, Those motherfuckers was beating y'all up, so at the end of the day, you gotta say something. It wasn't us. So like I said, it is what it is. They're not gonna say anything, But you're right about that. And Bad Boys, they were Jamaicans. What is it? The Jamaicans started moving down there in the 80s, right? 70s, 80s? Yeah, I think it was like the 70s, 80s. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, back in the day, they used to be cool and stuff like that. But once they started taking these political tables and chairs, taking these political seats and stuff, that's when they started turning on us. I personally believe that. Let me see. Give me a second. Yeah. But yo, let me tell you something. Like in Boston, yo, there was this Haitian girl. I asked her where she was from. She was like some type of Montega or something like that. I was like, "Where's that at?" She's like, "Oh yeah, it's off the coast of like Dominican Republic and Haiti." Then I was like, "Are you Haitian?" I was like, "Can you speak Creole?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "You're Haitian Creole. What's wrong with you saying Haitian Creole?" You know, she like some Haitian women are embarrassed of their culture, and they want to be Dominican. You know, there's a lot of people like that. They don't want to be because the thing about it, they were probably living in Haiti, and you know how those Dominicans are. You know, hey yo, you know what I found out? I'm sorry to cut you off, Lala, bro. My uncle was telling me when they say Moors, they meant like black, Negroes, dark skinned people, Morenos. That's why they were saying Moors. Moors were Morenos. It was crazy. My uncle was explaining that shit to me and stuff. Because I was explaining it to him. I was like, yo, people be thinking I'm crazy because I said black Americans were already here. Like most of us was already here. He was like, yeah. My uncle's like, yeah, the Moors. The Moors, after they got kicked out of Spain, because Moors got kicked out of Spain. They migrated somewhere else. You know, and they brought their technology. That's why they had the boats and stuff. He said when you look at Mansa Musa had technology because he had Moors around him. You know, that's why he had all that money. You know, he was more business savvy. You know, that's if you really think of it. You'd be like, damn. You know, how did Moors get all around the world? You know, their technology. Their technology's built Spain. That's why you see their faces everywhere in Spain. You know, I wouldn't go to Spain because those fucking people are dirty. They're still dirty. Those Spaniards, oh, they're dirty as fuck, man. I would never go to Spain. You know, I'm sorry if I call everybody dirty, man, but yeah, Spain is dirty. It's dirty like France. The French blame the Africans, but they always have been nasty. The French has always been nasty. So you know, shout out to French, but y'all gotta clean y'all shit up, man. Y'all shit is looking like New York right now. You know, motherfuckers sleeping on the floor and like motherfuckers got like fucking sleeping bags with pillows and shit. V for vengeance. Hey yo, what's going on? I think I got it now. Hey yo, you wanna tell us the joy? What we talking about today? I want you to I need you to explain the New York Bloods origin. I need you to explain that and what was the stuff we were talking about and how they were started. Then after that, we could watch this video I found. Or you want to watch the video first? Because definitely, I do want you to talk about that. We need to know the origin. You know, I personally do want to know it. Like, it's out of. I always tell people it's out of my area code. But if I know somebody that knows and it's you know, definitely I'm gonna have you say your piece. Cause all this was it the Lion King. I don't know what was it, the King Lions or some shit like that. What the dude was talking about. I don't know what King Lions is. It sounds like some guardian angels to me. Play the video and I'll pull up. You want to watch it together actually, and you explain, or do you want me to just play? I'll just play it. All right, so we're gonna talk for another 35 minutes, and we'll get into it definitely. But yeah, I found the video, man. I found the video, and you know me, I find videos, so that's what I'm good at. Um, so yeah, I'll never move to France. France is dirty, man. Yeah, I like PSG. Their soccer team, but other than that, their food suck. The weather suck. They stink. They brush their teeth twice a week. I heard. Um, they got nasty history. The best thing that ever came out of France is probably Napoleon was it Bakovich or some shit like that? Bonaparte? I think his name is Bonaparte. That's the best thing that probably came out of France. You know. But yeah, I do want to say this though. We did have a great conversation. I do like when we do get into it. I don't even know how we got into that whole situation. I think because we played the video. Oh no, no, because Kwame. I don't know. Let me. V for Vengeance. Are you a Pan African? Can I ask you if you are? Can I ask you a question? If you're a Pan African, why do they think that we hate them? We just don't want to fuck with Pan Africanism no more. You know, or who's ever in the live, why do they think that we hate them? And they don't have nothing that we want. We tried Pan Africanism ever since what, the 1910s, and that shit hasn't done nothing. I think personally we would push back even more because of Pan Africanism, because I feel like it's one sided. You know, like this is why I put the title one sided. You know, it's just, put it this way, as let's say the black diaspora, we built more in America than we built in most of these countries. We invented more shit in America than we invented in this country. Oh, okay, so you can't even question. Yeah, the Pan Africanists be thinking we hate them. I was like, yo, you don't have nothing to hate on. We tried your shit. Your shit doesn't work. You know what that shit reminds me? You know what this shit be reminding me of? What was that show with Lawrence Fishburne? I mean, not Lawrence Fishburne. Samuel L. Jackson and the little Spanish cat. One was a Pan African. The other guy was just a black man. He was hanging out with his black friends and stuff like that, and the dude was calling him brother and talk about going to Africa. He's like, I ain't going to no motherfucking Africa. So why the fuck should I go to Africa? And he's like, oh, that's where you're from. He's like, man, you don't know where the fuck I'm from in Africa. It was with Samuel L. Jackson. I forgot what that movie was. It wasn't Jungle Fever. It was something else. But yeah, it's. I'm gonna say this. Africans, I think, put it this way. I think if let's say we do go to Africa, we got to start all over. We have no land, no money. We have to bring money. They don't think we are. They don't think we hate them. I've lived around Caribbeans most of my life. That's a new talking point. Nah, I'm gonna say this. I lived around Cape Verdeans, Spanish people, Dominicans, Jamaicans, and they always had that talking point. I gotta be personally honest. Like I remember when I was young, I was so friendly when I was younger. I used to say, "Hey, how you doing?" Squeaky fucking voice and everything. These motherfuckers will like just look at me and walk away. I was like, yo, why are they doing that? Until I had one friend. When I had that one friend, he told me why. He's like, yo, our parents say stay away from y'all. All y'all do is sell drugs. That's what they said. Like they always had that talking point. That's why I always bring up the shower posse. The shower posses didn't fuck with black Americans. They have said foul and vile stuff about us. You know, and like we can't act like that they didn't say it because fuck, they did. It's like I said, it's a new time, new day. We can fix it, but at the end of the day, we can't fix it if you're not trying to, if you're lying about it. It's like, okay, it's like if somebody steals out my house, and I was like, yo, did you steal out my house? You're like, no, I didn't steal out your fucking house. Then after that, we caught it. We caught it in your pocket. Then he's like, yo, did you steal this out my house? And you're still saying no. He's like, yo, we can fix this. Like, we can fix this. The first step is just admitting it. And he's like, no, I didn't steal it out your house. I don't know how it got in my pocket. It'll be on some shit like that. You know? Drop the link. All right, we're gonna try again. Let's see. I think I got it this time. Give me a second. Uh, and don't mind my voice. It's just I think my son gave me a code. Let's see, collab. All right, where's it at? All right, collab one. Stop the cam. I think I got it this time. V for Vengeance. I think I got it, Vengeance. Because definitely, I want you to tell your story. I think it's gonna. I think it's an interesting story, and I think people should listen to it. You know. Give me a second. I want to put this over here. All right, I'm gonna try something real fast. So it's. All right, it should work. Get that right there. Right there. All right. So tell me if it works. All right. Yeah, right there. Oh yeah, everybody. To help the brand, like and subscribe and share, and follow on X as well if you can. Also, super hit the sub button as well if you're new. And also, if you want to donate, it's on the top, and I'll keep on sending it in the bottom. I mean, I'll keep on making links for it. Just to, hey, what's going on, Double Edge? How's everything? Happy Tuesday, or Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. You know. Yeah, just if you want to donate, definitely. I'll keep on putting it in the live chat, but definitely we're gonna see. We're gonna see what's our man's name? Vengeance. Let's see if it's it. All right, I dropped the link too, so you're good. Oh, I dropped the link in your in the joint. You know, but yeah. I always gotta say too, I always tell people all the time the prison system email. Yeah, I emailed it, yeah. It's the same email. I just replied to it. Uh but yeah, it's the prison system is very ill. That's why I always get offended when they call it an institution. Because it doesn't institutionalize anybody. I mean, I get offended when they call it a correctional center, because it doesn't correct anything. It institutionalize people. Instead of making people better, they make people worse. You know, because even though a person made it out 20 years, they mentally messed up. You know, they mentally messed up. It might have great structure because you're doing the same thing for your whole term, but it's still an institutionalized. Like, all right, hold on, let me see if this is gonna work. All right. Hey, Vengeance, you there? All right, let's see. They got the mic, source, collab. Let's see if this works. Give me 1 second, Vengeance. All right, Vengeance, you there? What's going on, Jeff? All right, hold on 1 second, Vengeance. I don't see you, or I can't hear you. Uh, yeah, they always do that, Lala. Give me 1 second. Jesus Christ. All right. Are you sure you want to unassign? No. Hey, Vengeance, you there? Let's see. You here now? Oh, my man, I can't even hear you. Hey, Vengeance. Jesus Christ, this ain't gonna work. Oh, you clicked off? All right. All right, let me try on my phone real fast, everyone. I'm gonna try on my phone, and we're gonna see if we're here. Sent. We're gonna see if we see my other face. All right, let's see. All right, let's try now. Let's see. Testing, 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 testing. Y'all hear me? All right, come. All right, it works. So let's go there and come back. So yeah, it works. We're gonna try one more. We're gonna try one more time. Hopefully, it works. Then we'll be in the game. You know. But yeah. I'm gonna leave and come back. I can't hear you. Can you mute the microphone? Yada yada yada. All right, I can do that. Um, did you see the essence? Yeah, man, that big fiasco, Jeff. Yeah, El was there. El was at the New Orleans joint. He was saying that he was like, yeah, it was a clusterfuck. Every people were calling out. People, it was nuts, man. It was nuts, and the reason why it was nuts. Oh, shout out to you, Shabaka. I'm sorry, I didn't even see you, my friend. Shout out to you, Double Edge, as well. Shout out to you too, Jeff. It was a clusterfuck, man. And the thing about it, that's the whole thing about Africanizing shit. When it's not a part of something, just don't do it. You know, not everything has to be African. Like this is why I was saying, I don't know, it was me, Kwame, and somebody else. We were saying that there should be a foundational Black American carnival or festival. You know, I think that would be super dope. All right, give me a second, everyone. Vengeance, you there? Let's see if he's there. right, let's see. Hey, my man, you should try your phone. It might work on your phone. Hold on 1 second. No, something like the phone. You selected before. I mean, it's for your guest, camera, microphone, auto. Right here. All right, now let's see if this works. Vengeance, you there? Give me a second. Uh, Everybody hear Vengeance? Hold on, let me see. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can hear on my big joint, my big TV. Everybody hear Vengeance? Hold on, let me see. Damn, we can't hear. I'm gonna leave. Damn. Vengeance, I'm gonna fix this, but I'm gonna. Let me see if I can get on too. Hold on. I'm gonna try one more time. Oh, I think I got it. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Vengeance. I think I got it. Yo, why can't I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Testing.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you on this one. Hold on 1 second. I got you on my phone.
Okay, yeah.
All right, give me. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I definitely hear you.
All right. You know what? We're gonna do it through my phone. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna put my.
You have to cut off. You have to turn down one of your
You know what? Hey, Vengeance. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna give you my number. Call. And you talk through my phone. All right. Give me a second, Vengeance. Go to your email. Damn, man. I wanted to really talk to Vengeance and really hear what he has to say. We'll do it through my phone, everyone, all right? And we're going to listen to Vengeance. Hold on 1 second. Vengeance. Oh, that's the wrong one. Right here. All right, Vengeance. All right, I sent you my number. So just call and I'll let you talk through the mic. But I gotta get this fixed, man. I feel like a black American should have bought it instead of selling it to an immigrant's. Facts. I feel you, Jeff. And you know what? Their network is only like worth like 4 million. I thought it was like 20, 30 million. No, it's only like 4 million. You know, like one thing about it, O'Shea was kind of right about something, is that we could have just bought that, you know. But we don't have that many millionaires, though. That's what people have to understand. We don't have that many millionaires. You know, so if we had a lot of millionaires, if we had at least 20% of our people who had money like that, yeah, it'll be a great investment. But we don't have that many millionaires like that in America. You know, so it's a double-edged sword, as I always tell people, because yeah, we're great at everything, but there's certain things that I wouldn't even say we need help. All right, here we go right here. Hello?
Yeah, this is Vengeance.
Hey, what's going on, Vengeance?
What's going on? How's it going?
No, it's going good. It's going good. I'm on live right now, all right?
I see you.
You hear yourself?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Okay, cool. So, can you tell us the situation we were talking about yesterday was the origin of the New York, was it the East Coast New York Bloods?
Okay.
And how
Yeah.
did that start?
Well, it's well known and it's reported and well known that individuals utilizing their street names and or you know names get known by the prison system, OG Mac and Deadeye, who's known as Omar 14, which would be OG Mac, and Leonard McKenzie were the two founders of what is known in the New York State East Coast area as UBN, United Blood Nation.
Mm-hmm.
So Omar 14 was the founder. Deadeye, aka Leonard McKenzie, was the co-founder. But there were also other original members who were original and or founding members who were around at the same time as him. Individuals got named in the chat like Big Is, SI, and individuals like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the individuals like that. Those guys were foundational Black Americans. However, as it relates to the question that you have for Kwame about you talking about that the Jamaican group or the West Indian group called Black Lion, that's an organization or street organization that was created and made up by predominantly Jamaicans, and they as far as what jumped off the war, it was started with them, the Black Lions and the Latin Kings. Prior to that war jumping off, right? Prior to the formation of Blood, official start of Blood is given as around I believe October of 1993ish. Right? However, that's the official date for the founding of I believe the first UBN chapter, if I'm not mistaken, which was 9 Trey. Right?
Yeah. Oh, cool. I'm sorry to stop you right there. So I have one video where Deadeye was saying he started the 9 trays. He said, but all those other groups, he said OG Mac started. Is that true, or was that?
It's it could be true. I'm not exactly sure if he started them or not, the 9 trays or not, and who divided it up. But he's the co-founder. He is the co-founder. However, OG Mac had majority and at one point complete control of what was called the United Blood Nation in New York City.
Facts.
He had complete, utter control of it.
Yeah, that's true. I heard the same thing. Now my next question is, how did it start in New York? I mean, how did it come from LA to New York?
It
Like,
didn't come from LA to New York. This is what you're misunderstanding. In your mind, because LA is the founding of Blood, that it had to come from LA to New York. It didn't come from LA to New York. They just started it and called it Blood.
So
There's absolutely no LA connection with New York East Coast Bloods and West Coast Bloods in regards to origin.
all right, because there was a documentary saying that OG Mac grew up with his grandmother. His grandmother couldn't handle him, so she sent him to LA where it was already gaming.
That was a common historical. That was a common historical talking point that was propagated for a long time. which was turned out to be a lie.
Okay.
He had no connection to LA.
Okay.
He had
So,
no connection. This is what if you get if you you I see you have the video up there, right?
mm-hmm.
Queen's Flip. Queen's Flip did a lot of videos with those guys on there. You
Mm-hmm.
eventually run into some videos where the Bloods will tell you that was a lie he started. They come to find out it wasn't true. He had no connection to it.
Yeah, because this is the one I have with like three or four of them. One
Yeah.
was named, there was a Dominican cat named Wooby, I think. If I'm,
Mhm.
s- I said his name wrong. I'm far off. A guy named Corey King, I believe. Another,
Corey King, yes, Corey King. Corey King is one of the founding. He's a founder of what they call GKB.
mm-hmm.
Founder of GKB. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes, and he was a prominent member. And at one point, he he was at odds with Blood because he outed OG Mac as a rat at one point.
Okay.
But
Did they ever fix that though, or is it still the same?
what?
Did he rat? Did he not? Cause like in Boston,
No fixing it. This is the truth came out that he informed on an individual about a murder case. I believe that was back in '87 or '88,
Okay.
somewhere around there, about a murder case that the dude never even committed. Mac, if I'm not mistaken, OG Mac was given information to testify against this individual, stating that each individual committed a particular act, which led to his conviction to murder in order for himself to get out of a robbery.
Man.
But that took place like around 1987, right? At the time this is years later when they started Bloods, no one knew about it at the time. The individual who had been told on had been showing individuals paperwork around the state, but he refused to give people copies of it. So there was a lot of controversy because the law of the land is you can't call nobody a rat unless you have proof.
Yeah, you have the paperwork.
So truth by the season is unright. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that was a problem. That became a problem for Corey King for revealing that truth without having the paperwork to back it up.
Yeah, like in Massachusetts, it's crazy because they seal your paperwork. Only person who can get your paperwork is people who is in the paperwork.
Yeah,
So you can't like go down. You can't go down to the city hall. Be like, oh, yo, can I get this? You can't do that. It's just that's how Massachusetts is. It's weird.
Okay, so now as far as this thing where you're talking, I disagree with you about it when you were stating that it was untrue that Kings and Neanderthals weren't oppressing blacks, which is actually false. They were. I'm not saying that they were they were oppressing every black person. New York was a hodgepodge of groups at one time, right? So I want to make some corrections for you, right? You had the 5%ers running around. 5%ers are not a gang, right? However, because they came under one identity, one cultural identity, right? They were unified. Now, some members of that group, what we call, they were renegade 5%ers. 5%ers are purported to be men of righteousness. They don't, for the most part, they don't involve themselves in crime and things of that nature. But for those who found themselves locked up, they didn't involve themselves in certain things that were in prison, like robbing from others and extorting others and things of that nature.
Any criminal activities, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but you had a group. We had some of them who were to those rules, right?
Yeah.
Many of those individuals. I give you an example. You ever heard of Supreme Team?
Yeah. Queens, right? From Queens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know most of them was 5%. It's gone by.
Okay.
Yeah. So, those guys weren't going to run around being. Those guys They weren't running around being oppressed. However, those individuals that were renegades were doing. They were robbing people, things of that nature. The Latin Kings reacted to that scenario to attack all individuals who came as God body. So imagine this: you yourself coming through, you're 5%, right? You don't know nothing from nothing. You're not involved in anything, but because you're a 5%er, you get cut in the face or you get stabbed because they're retaliating against anybody that's 5% because of what a renegade guy did.
Okay.
So this is what what the Latin Kings did was they reacted to their oppression with oppression of others.
Mm.
That's what they did. So be it. Now, because they were a unified front, a gang is a unified front, right?
Mm-hmm.
When that unified front is facing a hodgepodge group of people who are unconnected and unorganized, they're going to win against that. So things like this, you became incarcerated, whether you did it or not. You're trying to get on the phone to call your lawyer, to call your family, let them know what happened at court or whatever. They're telling you if you're not Latin King on the inside, you can't get on that phone.
Okay.
Right? If you fill in a house where it was the majority of them, if they serving baked chicken and rice that day, you might not eat.
Because it's Nieta and Latin Kings. Yeah.
100% facts. You might have 50 dudes beating you with kids. Literally. This is what was going on. Now, the guys that started blood initially, none of those guys were suckers. All of those guys were very strong on their own. Their idea of starting blood and coming together and unifying was because they got sick and tired of seeing brothers get damaged ridiculously. They got tired of seeing it. So I wanted to make that correction. Brothers wasn't punks. Brothers were just outnumbered because they was unorganized going up against an organized gang. Another thing I want to explain to you. They had a long-standing rule, the Latin Kings, that no other gang could exist around them. So if there was another group, particularly a black group, that started to call themselves, but there were other groups that attempted to start gangs. They would attempt to eradicate you.
Yeah, before you get big, because then after that you can turn on them, or you can control.
Facts.
Yeah, that's 48 laws of power. Yeah.
It's 100% facts. So, and now as far as the Black Lions, right?
Yeah.
The founder of the Black Lions, I believe it was his mother or grandmother. One of his family members came to see him on a visit. And in an attempt to assault him, they assaulted his I believe it's his grandmother. They assaulted his grandmother or his mother.
Yeah, they started the Latin Kings and the Nietas started attacking people. This is what I read. They started attacking like people's grandparents. They were like breaking all the rules. They didn't have no code of the land.
In particular, they attacked his family on a visit, the founder of the Black Lions. So now, when I was trying to explain going between you and Kwame yesterday, right? There was a unity initially. There was a unity between, in regards to the fight against the Latin Kings with the Black Lions and the Bloods. What you keep confusing is Shower Posse has nothing to do with the overall Jamaican population. The Shower Posse is a Jamaican drug cartel, bro. Has nothing to do with the overall population of Jamaicans.
Yeah, what I was go on. I'll let you finish.
So shouting that the Shower Posse is like others, it's not reflective of what the overall thoughts of the rest of the group was. I'm talking about the Jamaican groups. So therefore, you have Jamaicans that became blood down the line.
Yeah, because everybody united together at a certain time. When okay, when hip hop popped off, you did have rebels. You had
Yeah, right.
rebels. Everybody had rebels. When I mean rebels is people don't be like, oh yeah, you fuck with the Morenos. Like, yo, those are my peoples. There will be some people that's gonna fuck with black people.
Yeah.
But growing up, they wasn't fucking with us.
Well, I tell you this, right? Like you made the statement of, look, um, as yes, growing up, especially they were told by because a lot of them tell us this. They told us this. Their elders, in particular, would tell them they don't for them not to deal with the Morenos. Yes, that's a fact, right? But you know how kids are:
Curious.
curious, rebellious, right? And growing up around Puerto Ricans, Dominicans as a kid, you know, at one point when you know that Dominican or Puerto Rican kid who has a parent like that, they would tell you, oh, you can't come to my house. Eventually, they will let you know. Or
Facts.
something he can't do what he's seen with you by his parents or elders.
Yeah, you gotta sneak.
Yes. So this is how you would find out about it back then, right?
Yeah.
Many of those individuals who grew up like that or were trained like that retained some of those things that were taught to them, and it manifested themselves. It would manifest itself in the prison system.
That's
You
true.
know, it would manifest itself in the prison system, right?
Yeah.
So, yes. So now, I'm not saying every single person was like that, but speaking about the general thought pattern, identity of an entire group in general.
Oh no, 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 never this entire group. But at the end of the day, this is how people look at things. This is how
Yes.
people surround things with. So we can't personally, we can't be like, oh, okay, you know what, this person is good, that person is good. This is why when we say we need to work on ourselves first, we need to work on ourselves before we help anybody else.
Yeah, now this is why when you asked me if I was a Pan Africanist, I said no, I'm not.
Okay.
Two, um, two reasons I'm not a Pan Africanist is because, like I tried to express in the chat, I grew up around Caribbeans most of my life, right?
Mm-hmm.
My part of Brooklyn where I'm from, right? I lived adjacent to a lot of Caribbeans, so I'm talking to for years. I've heard their talking points, right?
Yeah.
Now, I want to understand. Let us understand something. Certain things about our culture and us being children, not understanding that our culture doesn't necessarily translate over into others because coming from different places and having a different ethnic group and a different culture, things may not translate the same. So with us, we had a culture of playing the devils, snapping, ranking, jokes, stuff like that, ribbing each other, right? When you come across most other groups coming into America as foreigners, right? That wasn't their culture per se, right? So they will become angered by us doing this stuff. So when you hear when you hear most of these individuals talking points about how we made fun of them, what they're literally doing is holding on to jokes that was told to them by children as children,
Okay. That's
right?
yeah. Oh, go on, go on, go on, go on.
But think about
You're
that.
you're cooking, so I don't want to stop it. So you're
All
cooking,
right.
so
So think about this. You're as a grown man, you would be running around talking about your slights as a man based on what a child said to you jokingly as a child. Meaning you were a child when it was said to you, and it was said to you by a child. Now you're looking at 30 years later, you're looking at adults with with some type of prejudice or dislike based on what was said to you by a child when you were a child.
facts,
Now, I dare ask, how childish is that?
facts.
See, you see, but so now the talking point, they never had the talking points that we didn't like them. Their talking points were they were taught to not to deal with us because they have all kind of prejudices that were taught to them about us. We're lazy, we're drug dealers, we don't do this, that, and the third, right? They
Mm-hmm.
didn't even know us, so where did they get those prejudices from? If you're just moving among a group of people, where do you get those from?
Facts.
You don't even know us, so where do you get it from?
They had to get it from somewhere.
Yeah.
One
So
person, one person said they got it from TV. The other person said they
that's
got it
not
from.
true. That's not true. Listen, I've heard that
Me
many
too.
times
Yeah.
over. First of all, to tell me that you're judging, if you're going to judge a group of people by TV shows and movies you watch, tells me about that intellectual capacity as a group.
Facts.
I'm gonna take a TV series, movie, or the like, and come to another country and say all of you guys are drug dealers because I saw. I, I, what's the movie? I saw.
Um. Yeah. We'll use that. We'll use that. It's just.
So now all of you are drug dealers. Like again, you're childish, and you're telling me that I can't put too much stock in your intellect. So I'm gonna give you a little more respect than that, and state that you're being dishonest about that.
So now we got to figure out where they get it from.
Exactly. See?
But the, but the question is, will they be truthful? Will they be truthful and tell us where they get it from?
Meanwhile, hold on. Meanwhile,
Okay. Okay.
if you come to New York City and you go uptown to Dykeman, right? Or
Yeah.
Washington Heights during the 80s and early 90s, all you see is a bunch of Dominicans selling. You see a whole bunch of Dominicans selling drugs, right? You go to certain parts of Southside Queens. You go to parts of Flatbush, Crown Heights. You see a bunch of West Indians selling drugs. All of them, no. Most of them, no. But you see it.
Yeah.
So now,
It's always a little majority that sells. It's.
so now let's do the same thing. Are you a bunch of lazy criminal drug dealers?
That's what I'm saying. You're right. You're right.
So, yeah. So now delineation is this for us, right? It's for us to to come among ourselves, regroup, repackage, and do what? Put ourselves in a position to win, and to ally only with those that are on code. But we got those among us that are not on code. So going back to Pan-Africanism, if you look across, first of all, most of the famous Pan-Africans were in America, right?
Yeah.
Now, if we're supposed to be Pan-Africanists, right? And that's supposed to be the charge, right?
Yeah.
On the other side of the ocean, I'm not going to talk about the Caribbean. I'm going to talk about Africa at this point. On the other side of the ocean, in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Since the 1965 Civil Rights Bill, which also with the immigration law that was signed back then, that allowed that our people fought for, that pulled quotas off of immigration quotas from black countries, because they had quotas on black countries limiting the amount of blacks that can come over here from black countries, i.e. Africa and the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Once they pulled that off and those people started coming over here, I want to say around the 1970s is when it started, and by the 80s is when the gates was bust open, right?
Yeah.
Where do you see as a group, as an entire group, Africans practicing Pan-Africanism with us?
You don't.
You don't see it as a group. You don't see no action about that, right?
Yeah.
And you also, I want to say, on our end, you had many so-called Pan-Africanists. When you start doing the research, you start finding out these guys were sellouts. A lot of them, and a lot of them were scammers. Even present day. We can go down the line on a lot of so-called supposed to be Pan-Africanists, right?
Damn.
And you come to find out they're getting locked up for scamming this person, that person sued for scamming this person and that person. What they say they do, they don't do, and there's a rich history of them not being who they said they are. We don't want to talk about that.
Damn.
We don't want to talk about that.
Damn.
I'm saying something. Stop me where I'm wrong at.
You're not wrong. I've been saying that. I said personally, I feel like it's a scam because nothing has changed. I feel like we decreased more than increased.
In Pan Africanists normally do this. Some way they're going to give you a lecture, a talk. They're going to give you some history, right? They're going
Yeah,
to rile you up, make you feel good about yourself, and then they're going to sell you something, or they're going to ask you for money.
you ain't lying.
That's the historical truth about you change the face, but the skin, but the play is the same. No matter you interchange the faces are interchangeable, but the play is the same. They're going to tell you some history, they're going to teach you some so-called pseudo law, right?
Yeah,
They're going to make you feel good about yourself, right?
yeah.
And yet, after they get you all riled up emotionally, they're going to either sell you something or ask you to donate something.
That's
But you don't see them building anything.
facts.
Now now the intellectuals. I've been to college here. I've been to this. They love to tell you what they've done in regards to their academic achievements. But you never know. But you know what they never do?
What's up?
They never teach you what social venues they societal venues they built that translate into productive societal institutions that produce for our people. They don't show you that.
Mm.
So yeah, I don't believe in Pan. I'm not a Pan Africanist. However, I do believe in us as foundational Black Americans grabbing onto ourselves, our culture, reorganizing and getting our shit together, but acknowledging others who are willing to show and be ready to be on code with us as well. Kwame asked me something about those individuals that united with the Bloods back then. He asked me if those dudes were tethers. I told him no, none of them were tethers. Because they knew who they were, they practiced their culture, and they saw eye to eye with us as quote unquote Black brothers, although they were from the Caribbean and we were from America, right?
Yeah.
And those friendships are still long standing. But they didn't try to cosplay us, they were who they were.
Yeah.
Right? You would find in the prison system some of the brothers that was American down at the Rastafarian services with those guys. You would see some of those guys who may have been West Indian or Caribbean down at the Nation of Islam services with some of our guys. Stuff like that. You would see that. But there was no cosplay. And there was respect for everybody's culture.
Okay, let me stop you right here. Let me ask you a question. What you think went wrong?
What in particular?
The respect. Where we saying like, yo, you don't got to cosplay. You could come the way you are.
I'm gonna say there's always several ingredients to create a cake, to make a cake. So some of it is our fault by not taking control of our culture, stamping our names on our culture, and making people respect it as they walk through the door. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one. The other part of it is sometimes human nature shows itself in an ugly way where when familiar in the term of familiarity breeds contempt. So when a group of people comes in and they start partaking in a culture and they're not being told, they know it's your culture because when they come in they see you practicing your culture, right? But they're not being told this is your culture. They're not being reminded that this is your culture. They're not being governed with parameters around the culture stating that you must respect this culture. So now, if this culture starts to translate into what? Money, society, social respect and power, they start wanting to lay claim to it.
Mm.
Essence Fest is a great example right now, right? The Essence Fest that just happened was empty. Now, O'Shea Duke Jackson is right in this respect. We gotta start owning our own stuff. Essence Fest was owned by us. When it was bought by, I think it was New York Times, it was.
Facts. Yeah, that's it.
New York Times, it was purchased up, right? It was always representative of FBA culture and in particularly showing up and building up FBA black women, right?
Yeah.
When did that change and why did it change? Essence and Essence Festival is synonymous with FBA culture.
Facts.
Now, when you go there, this year you got people talking about Mother Africa. Yes, that's what this is.
Mm.
No, no disrespect to Mother Africa, but you didn't have to buy Essence Fest. You didn't have to buy Essence to do a layover of African culture on top of it. But this is why we're talking about cosplay, right? And I told Kwame this. We had a discussion about this before when I said he asked me to show him a tether, right? And I told him Busta Rhymes is a tether. He said how? I said because Busta Rhymes ran his pop talk about Americans don't have no culture, but he was running around a 5%er.
That's true actually. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
It's 100% facts.
Oh yeah.
Man's a 5%er. He's running around. In Africa, they don't know nothing about that. In the Caribbean, they didn't know nothing about that. We taught him that.
Oh man.
He had an interview where he said Slick Rick was his famous rapper, and Slick Rick aesthetics. He got wearing big jewelry and all that from Slick Rick, and he attributed those aesthetics to West Indian culture. No, Slick Rick was West Indian, but he was British, West Indian, and he learned those aesthetics from us.
Facts.
Hanging out uptown. Uptown in the Bronx in Harlem. He learned those aesthetics from us. But this is what I'm talking about the label for. You've seen Slick Rick do it. You know Slick Rick is West Indian, so now you're attributing our aesthetics that Slick Rick picked up from us to West Indian and Caribbean. This is the same thing they're attempting to do with Essence, right? We know Essence Festival is a vehicle that delivered what? Black FBA culture in particular. So now they over African culture over it. They figure they have a vehicle to do this express like money and prestige grab on top of our culture. We done built the culture, the vehicle for delivering the culture was already built through Essence Fest, right?
Yeah.
So now they're gonna deliver their culture by laying it over on top of ours.
Damn.
It's the same thing you're trying to do with Juneteenth. Every time Juneteenth come up, you start seeing Caribbean and African shit. No disrespect, no disrespect for Caribbean and African culture. However, why are you always attempting to lay your culture over on top of ours?
Facts. Man, when I was in the reparation meeting, we had people talking about why we can't do it red, yellow, and green. We're saying it's not a Pan African festival,
It's not a Pan-African festival.
and we kept on having to tell them over and over and over, and like they just didn't get it.
And now, and this is what I'm saying here, right? I come from the era where it's get down or lay down. And when you're telling individuals, our continuance to tell them and cry and plead is falling on deaf ears because they don't think they have to. So what happened at the Essence Festival where no one showed up to lose money has to happen.
Oh yeah.
And it has to happen in every corner and space they put themselves in with us. They have to be uninvited to the cookout. This is what delineation is about. They
Facts.
have to be. We have to pull the oxygen out of anything that they do that may be attached to us. This is why they're upset about this.
I can see that. Yeah.
Think about this. If Black Americans are lazy and no count and don't have anything going on, why are they upset about our delineation?
It's true. They shouldn't be upset.
So we need to take the idea of roll or history. Get on code or get rolled over.
Yep.
That's what there's. So like channels like you have right now, it should be you're here primarily to inform and teach your people, right? Now,
Hmm.
there's an entertainment part of it that has to be that has to happen, and that's your debate going back and forth. But it should be. You should also understand that you're trying to get a message out, and because this is how the delineation movement grew. We are we are everywhere, delivering the information everywhere.
Oh yeah. And I feel like everybody's listening now. I think everybody's listening because
Yeah.
because they don't want this. What they don't want what happened 4 years ago or 4 years to now happen for the next 4 years.
And
We
what we
can't.
need to do is keep our foot on the gas for the next 50 years.
Yep.
For the next 50 years. See, okay, for example, one of the things we should do is promote something sort of like the FBA cookout and do everything everywhere concerning. When I say the FBA cookout, that's a euphemism for anything, whether it's an actual cookout, whether it's a picnic, whether it's a festival like the Essence Festival, anything like that, right?
Yeah.
And we do nothing but promote FBA colors, FBA culture, bring back for the women and the young girls double dutch,
Facts.
right? For the little boys and kids playing Skelsey, right? You know, any and all things have the bands, have the southern trombone bands and all that in the background. You know, the DJ playing our hip hop R&B,
Oh yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Doing our stuff, us doing our stuff though, right? Invited, going to spaces like yours and other spaces similar to this. Say, hey y'all, we got the NBA cookout going on. If you're in the New York City area at this place in time, they'll pull up. And we multiply that around the country. Guess what? Everybody gonna want to be down anyway, because everybody always want to be down with us.
Facts.
And we let them know if you ain't on code, you're gonna be escorted out of here. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't on code, you're gonna be escorted. That's for us and others.
Oh yeah.
Simple as that, man.
I think we should do it, man. Definitely. I think you know what? I don't gotta work tonight. Tariq Nasheed. I'm gonna ask Tariq Nasheed. We should do something like that. We should form something like that. I remember like a few months ago, we were all talking about why don't we have our own like Black American parade, like the West Indian parade.
We do have one in Harlem.
Oh, y'all got one in Harlem.
We
When?
got African American Day Parade, you know?
What day? What month and what day?
It's in the summer. I gotta look it up. But it's you got that. You also got Harlem Week.
Hmm.
So those things we can say, hey, this is FBA. Let's promote FBA to come down and participate.
Hmm.
Yep.
Damn. I'm gonna mention that to my peoples at the Reparation Task Force.
I'm gonna look
Definitely.
it up for you right now. I'm gonna go on my computer and look it up for you right now so I can tell you. Right? Okay. Responses. I don't see a date right now.
If anything, just email it. Definitely, I'm gonna
Sunday, September 21st.
September 21st. All right. Definitely, I'm gonna mention that.
But here's the thing, though, right?
Yeah.
this is a little corrupted too, because you're gonna get the a lot of that red, black, and green stuff all overlaid on it. You know what I'm saying? What? However, we can overtake that.
How would we do that exactly?
All right. Um. All right. They got the parade, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can contact the individuals that are involved with that, and we can start getting our own floats and our own bands.
That would be dope.
FBA and put we want our band, because we want a band down there, right?
Yeah.
And we have our colors and we're playing our music. If we have a float, we have our colors and we're playing our music. FBA.
Yeah, that would be dope.
Facts.
That would be dope.
Facts. And then we go online to various your channel promoted, go to other channels. Hey, brothers and sisters, boom, this is the African American Day Parade going down in Harlem. Boom, FBA, we're gonna have an FBA float, we're gonna have an FBA band, whatever it is. On this date at this location, pull up. This is the FBA party, baby. That's it. And you gotta plant the seed in order for the tree to grow. You gotta let the tree grow in order for it to produce fruit.
That's true. That's true.
So the infrastructure, this is an example of us having some form of infrastructure that exists that we can insert ourselves and then promote what we want to promote about ourselves from within.
You got to.
Yep.
Facts. Yo, man, thank you. I appreciate everything. You wanna land, or you got anything else to say?
No, I'm good. Any questions you got? Let me know, and then other than that, I'm gonna land.
I just want to say thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate this, man. Definitely, the audience appreciates it.
Copy that.
No.
I watch your channel regularly, so I'll be here watching.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anytime we have you on, let me know what's up.
All right. Thanks. Salute.
Salute.
We heard V for Vandella. He's usually in the live chat. Thank you. I appreciate everything. I appreciate everything that you said about FBA, the origin of New York Bloods, everything, wisdom, and as I tell everybody, I appreciate everything. Thank you. Shout out! I gotta give shout outs because I know some of y'all just came on. Shout out to DJX1. Salute. I seen you Double Edge. You going crazy in there. Same Day Parlay. Salute. Borrowed Time. Salute. Del Monte Green Beans. Salute. I seen you Shabaka. Oh, Dwight Dorsey. Salute. Yeah, that's why I didn't really say much. I just wanted everybody to get their point across. So definitely, it's like I said, to me, there's never a right or wrong answer. It's always a solution. V for Vengeance gave a great solution. He gave great points. We got to figure out why do they say stuff. We got to figure out why they say these things about us. Then we have to prove them wrong. And it's great just honestly just listening to y'all. This is why I love reading the chat and hearing y'all talk. This is why. It's because at the end of the day, y'all got wisdom yourself. This is why I always encourage y'all to do a channel. I'll definitely watch because y'all all come from a different point of view. As I always tell people all the time, you might not like Tariq Nasheed, but a lot of people know these countries because of Tariq Nasheed. A lot of these people that are your successors and your elders is because of Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed gave them a platform. He gave Dr. Umar a platform. Nobody wasn't trying to give Dr. Umar a platform like that. Tariq Nasheed put him in his documentary. We heard from the great legend Dick Gregory. So definitely That's why I said salute to V for Vengeance. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And let's read these a few chats before we start. Let's see, let me start from the top. Cause I know y'all was going crazy. Absolutely. That's why I got the best audience. Shabaka, let's see. Talk about Kenya and all these other places, and many more nations supports captains. We're not saying that we don't support Abraham, but we have to handle what we have here, Shabaka. We can't just leave here just to go help somebody else, and we know we're not going to get citizenship out of it. Oh, shout out to Beats Active. Sorry, I always wonder why FBAs talk bad about Latinos and migrants when in fact the roots of FBAs are Dominican, meaning FBAs are Dominicans. Just types 1562. And ethnogenesis. We all have the same DNA. Some people have more certain cases of DNA than others. You know. We're not saying we don't support Abraham, but we support him from a distance. We're not gonna go over there and fight. We're not gonna put him on a platform and say like, "Yo, we're riding out for Abraham." No, Abraham's gonna have to handle his shit. I think he can do it, but we can't do it. We did enough for Africa, if you ask me. Let's see. Let's see. Double edge. How did this Abraham thing get started? Was it anybody special? Your leader wouldn't have tried to meet with him? Why should he meet with him? He's worried about black Americans. We're worried about black America. We're not worried about, what's happening in Africa. Double edge. And, shout out to Africa. They got riders over there. But at the end of the day, look at the people who left their country. Why don't you talk about them? Saying like, yo, why won't they go back and fight for Abraham? DJ X1, FBA all day, every day. Yep, salute DJ X1, FBA every day, man, all day. Same day parlay, FBA delineation. Yeah, we need it. We actually do need it. We need it. And the thing about it, for all the tethers and immigrants who don't understand, we need it for not you, for us. We need this for us. We need to get our shit correct. We need to get our shit together. If you really want us to be a big brother and help you, we got to get our shit correct first. It hasn't never been about hating y'all. It has been always about, fixing us, then we can help y'all. When y'all ask us for help, we don't have to worry about y'all, sniping us from behind and having to do all this crazy stuff. Let's see. Shout out to Jersey Drive. Salute. FBA film. What's up? Y'all from Jersey? Nah, I'm from Boston. I'm from Jamaica Plain. Jersey Drive. Buster Rhymes is undermined tethers. Yeah, he always has Jersey Drive. Let's see. Jersey Drive. Peace. Yup. Facts. Rick got it from Harlem. Facts. The racism, prejudice, and stupidity has FBA fighting against the wrong. And we're not fighting. Shabaka, you got to understand, we're not fighting against y'all. We're getting our shit together. Like, what is wrong with us getting our shit together? You should be appreciating that. We're not lining up with the colonizers or the white supremacies to get your cousins and your people out of here. Nah, we're doing this because we got to fix our shit. Oh, sorry. The essence. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's trash. You're right. Y'all said Tariq Nasheed is not a leader, but y'all use the same key. It's called staying on code, double edge. We all got to stay on code. We all got to understand. We understand. It's not using the same keywords. It's understanding. But I get how you feel. It might feel like to you it's using the same keyword, but it's staying on code. Tariq could never teach me. I'm a grown ass man. Okay, cool. I'm not African. Up, facts. You're Black American. Shout out to Borrow Time. You you can go to Africa or dream. Yeah, they can, but they're not because at the end of the day, their bread and butter is America. Let's see. The language that Africans are Koreans is not on the same. Not on that page. We have different. My friend. Yeah, facts. See about time, yada yada yada. It's about time. Also, they have the same haircut. Yeah, facts. Yeah. Also, they all have the same haircut. Same haircut. Let's talk about honest tacos. Haven't come up with nothing. They have to. Facts. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Patience is a virtue. Shout out to Del Monte. They call Freaknik back in the day. Yeah, that's true. So Freaknik got made because was it spring break? I guess black people were having a problem at spring break, so they had their own spring. They called it Freaknik conventions. It was mostly, I guess, stepping and stuff like that. It was lit back in the days, you know. Everybody's mama and grandmama, they was there. Shabaka, the big beautiful bill. We must yo, that's like a 75-page thing on what the beautiful bill is. We might watch that one day. Jerk off rights can't compete with jambalaya. Facts. Shout out to Dwight Dorsey, DJ X1. We love our Caribbeans and Africa brothers, but they be talking too much shit. Yeah, we do love them, but yeah, they got it. Yo, they got to get a little bit of, as Tariq Nasheed says, a little bit of straightening, man. They need that straightening. FBA, most uneducated. Yeah, Shabaka, you're not black, man. You got to be like Nigerian or something. It's okay, man. Salute to you, man. But, you know, you can't get mad at us when we delineate. Look at your actions, you know. But we're going to start this video by Queen Flip. Shout out to Queens. Always wanted to go to Queens. I heard they're building a casino there now, so might be a chance to go up to Queens, you know. You know, shout out to Nas. I heard he's on the he's on the executive team on that, so definitely shout out to Queens. Queens is doing it big. Not talking about just black or Latinos or Haitian. I'm just talking about Queens in general. Whoever lives in Queens. Shout out to y'all. This is a big monumental moment for y'all having a casino. That means more people. Y'all got enough people as it is, but y'all gonna have twice as more. So that means more money is coming in y'all pockets. So we're gonna start this video. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on my children and
I love you,
know.
nigga.
What's up?
You good? You turned on me again?
What?
Oh shit.
Nah, like
Yo.
Yo, so let's start with you. Tell the people who you are, man. CK, I know you CK, Corey King, but introduce yourself to the people.
Mike Tyson. I'm the people's champ, homie. At the end of the day, Corey King, a.k.a. Got That Fool, a.k.a. Mr. E. Wicked Killer, a.k.a. Who That Be, a.k.a. Never forget, homie. Never who that, never forget.
Hot one.
Next.
Yo,
Looking at Mike.
alright, what's up? I'm Stack Stone. Bloodstone Villain. Rocks in the air, baby.
Respect. What we got here, man?
You know what I'm saying? Brat. More or less, they call me OG Wildcat. Now I'm straight, you know what I'm saying?
That's who I was talking about, him. I think he's like Dominican, but he hung around just black people. He don't know nothing about Dominicans. I think he's from Brooklyn. No, Bronx. I think it's
think the
Bronx.
Billy will knock your ass
I-
silly, you heard?
For
You better
real?
watch your step. Know what I mean? I'm gonna eat your shit. Know what I mean?
Preach.
My man.
Wow.
That's a fact, man.
Who you be, beloved?
You already know, man. Visual Hat Bell Cross, man. 5'9", represent, you know, East Homicide. You know how that go, man.
So let me ask you a question. So, starting with you, they said that you were one of the high ranks in New York. High rank of what? What is
The
the
highest rank.
The highest rank of?
Facts. Other you.
What does you mean?
Only person higher than me right now is Hellraiser. He got that by default because at the end of the day it was a discrepancy.
Mm-hmm.
Under me has to be Wildcat, Mel Cross, Killer Cab. I'm dealing with people who put the work in. Understand
Oh,
what I'm
shit.
saying?
What can you describe what the U is?
U is UBN, United Blood Nation.
Okay.
Before that NYB, New York Bloods. After that, non-trade gangsters.
What made you come up? Like, who came up with it? Because I heard the first blood set in New York was what? Non-trade.
Non-trade gangsters.
So now,
All day.
But hold up.
Yeah.
Before that, we was under L Gang and Blood Gang, bro. It wasn't no cess at all.
Negative.
talking to when I point.
Absolutely.
I talking to Mike.
It wasn't no first 5
Negative.
sets.
It
It
was
was
just-
all L Gang, Blood Gang, non-trading even.
You just throw on the
bro.
bandana and make sure you eat a nigga who's food and you
Negative,
good.
negative, bro.
No L gang, none of that,
Love,
son.
you my
Hey,
friend,
look.
brother. Negative.
Nah, no
Whoever
way.
taught you
Nah,
that,
that's
negative.
No
a double.
way.
In the
that's a
beginning,
double.
we had no codes.
Stack, I'm knocking you out.
We-
after this
yeah.
interview.
But hold on. Let Corey finish, but
Yeah. At the end of the
That's a
day,
double O bang,
at the end of the
man.
day,
I ain't-
we
ain't-
had no codes that up. No. He's not that fault. You know why? He real right. I watch him eat movies, all that. It's not what it is, right? He gangster. I watch him put work in. At the end of the day, whatever, right, beloved. Before that, homie, we only had NYB, Peace, Blood, Peace Almighty, Blood Up. That's those 3 codes right there. Peace, Blood, Peace Almighty, Peace, Blood. All right. After that, Killer Kev, Mark Cross, they gave us the non-trade gangster who was sanctioned by Scarface. Cool. Sanctioned by OG Mac. Don't get it twisted. I'ma always respect
gonna get-
OG Mac for what he
gonna get
gave
into
us.
all
Why?
that.
At a time and a place when nobody was defending the black race, the black people, niggas was just modest and killing us in the penitentiary. So we stood up against the injustice arbitrated and perpetrated against our kind, the black skin.
But hold on.
Right?
You know what I'm
Cat,
saying?
I'm listening to you, Cat. Talk.
We had our rep before that. You know what I'm saying? So some
Talk.
was on
Preach.
some OG Mac. Basically, he was on some like a nigga in baseball. You know what I'm saying? He looking for a free agent. You know what I'm saying? That's what we were.
Facts.
We were niggas that was getting busy, that was tearing niggas' heads off, but we were free agents. But we
Facts.
wasn't down with nothing.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So if you want to get your shit straight, you want to get your shit strong, you want to get the strongest niggas on the island that's ringing bells. Because if you
Facts.
get them niggas, it doesn't matter how many niggas, it could be 3,000 niggas on the island. Them 10 niggas gonna twist them 10,000 niggas.
Now, 31
Like
right
the
there.
300.
31
Like the
cat.
movie 300.
Right.
Cat, 31.
the
What
war
did we
was
do?
the war.
What did we do, Cross?
The war was even won before, it was even fought because, people's reputation. You know what I'm saying? Every time a code came out, a new code came out, or whatever the case may be, and I come across, let's say I come across CK, that's my big homie. That's one of my big homies. Shout out to Lacey, whatever the case may be. That's
Love
one
you,
of my
Lacey.
big homies. You know what I'm saying? And let's say it's a situation where, he'd be in my presence and he'd be like, and he'd say a certain code. If I don't know what he's talking about, that means that I ain't been putting my work in doing what I have to do. So therefore, you know what I'm saying, I'm exposed now because it's like, all right, everybody know what, we were so small at the time that, everybody knew who they was by what they knew. So if he come with me with some new codes or whatever the case may be, and I don't know what I know, then that means I ain't put in work in a few days, or I ain't putting in work in so, you know what I'm saying? Because we pride ourselves on that, because we bang to where is that on a level to where the point was that, when you mention your set, you want to be one of the first names that's mentioned out of anybody's mouth.
Yeah.
Claiming that set. You know what I'm saying? And that's
was
what it
proud
was. It was a
about
whole
that.
bunch of monsters, a whole bunch of animals around you.
It was
So,
moving mad fast.
I want to defend you right there quick.
It was moving mad fast where you couldn't catch up. Hold on.
No, I want to
You couldn't catch up with the history. Like if you would put in work, you would move. And then you gotta, you know what I'm saying, you gotta find out where your history coming from. You know what I'm saying? Because when you put in that work, like to be honest with you, I didn't even know I was blood. Because when he came to the building, Hellraiser came to the building, C95, when you hear their names in the building, if you in another house, I was in 16 upper. You know what I'm saying? So if you're in another house and you hear alarms going off and then automatic you knowing, yo, it come through Kev putting in work or Hellraiser putting in work. And then you put in work. And then everybody, they'll switch you to a different house. They wasn't automatically taking you to the Bing. You know what I'm saying? And then like in 96, that's when they built the pound. Like everybody was coming from HDM. And then they built that pound specifically for us. Then when you got to the pound, it was like college, like blood college. Like you would the roll call was like epic, bro. You would hear the whole building shaking. You know what I'm saying? And then it felt like to me when I in hindsight, looking back at it, I didn't even believe I was living in that type of environment. Everybody coming out and change. Everybody got the mittens on. Then you got the predicate slashes. And then the handcuffs keys came out because you had some Ricketts that was Latin Kings that was putting us in pens with population. You know what I'm saying? So I had my fat ass at that time had to learn how to come from out of my cuffs from the back to the front, spit the key out like some Houdini shit. I didn't believe I was doing that shit. And by the time you had to do it quick because by the time they was loading those ops in the pen with you, you had to be decuffed, deshackled, and all that. You know what I'm saying?
By the time they was ready to go. Wow.
By the time they was ready to go, you had to be locked and loaded. And I kept my motherfucking dental floss on my shit. You know what I'm saying? So it could yank right out my ass. You know what I'm saying? I used to keep the dental floss hanging outside my pants. So as soon as I could yank it, it's coming out. Pong! You know what I'm saying? Off my cap. And we all had shit that detect metal detectors and all that. Some niggas was getting scalpels. You know what I'm saying? When the game got up, it was getting boxed.
Hey, yo, is it me or, like, New York people got that super dope energy? Like, when they tell stories, they tell the stories like they're super into it. I like that about New York. That's one thing I always love and I miss about New York. It's because they have that energy. That energy that is, like, it gets you excited, too. Like, yo, what the... Yeah, it's not like that in Boston. But this remind me, like, in my project, because in my projects, everybody's animated. Just somehow, some way, people's animated when they tell stories about this stuff.
This is shit. You know what I'm saying?
Real quick, so being that all y'all here right now, let's talk about if y'all remember like your first time meeting each other. You know what I'm saying? Like when's your first time meeting Wildcat? First time seeing him?
Answer that.
Yo, why you want to answer that?
'Cause it's up top,
I
my
can't
nigga.
answer that, nigga.
Epic, Herking and lurking, man.
That guy, him and the dude in the red is my favorite person when they interview. I don't know why. They got some type of energy and aura. I think it's because I feel like they have a story to tell. They have a story to tell. It's just certain. Let me tell you something. Sometimes, my uncle told me this. My uncle did 2 10-year sentences. He told me, he was like, yo, in prison, everybody has a story to tell, but some people just can't tell their stories. You know, these people have a story to tell, and I don't even think it's enough space for one movie. Like, all jokes aside, you have people like that and stuff like that, and salute to them because they can always teach people of how to be the better person. I always tell people all the time, the best therapist is the people who went through situations and stuff. You know?
Nigga, look, I was banging. I said, no, what's CK doing? Bang, nigga. Every day, Sunday, Monday, my birthday, it's a bang day because I'm blood to the bone, nigga. I love blood more than I love my family, homie. Everything. I'm in a crowd mostly right now. Why? My bros is here right now. Yo, I was coming from court. Had about maybe 20, 30 Latin King bees on. Remember 10. And he had that big, yeah, you see the tears, nigga? His blood still in tears in this, bro. I ain't so B. I love so B. I blood so B in 96, homie. And Sing Sing. I love you, beloved. But you ain't keeping 100. At the end of the day, homie, yeah, see the tears in my eyes, homie? This is for real, homie. I was being jumped by 7 Latin Kings, homie.
Never truly happy.
And 2 Nietas. That's 9 people. He was in the bathroom. I don't know what he was doing.
Let me say this. I'm sorry to cut this off. DJX one, we tried. We tried to unite with Africans. We tried to unite with a lot of people. Some people it worked, some people it didn't. And this is why I always tell people all the time, before we ever unite, Africa and Caribbeans is gonna have to fix their people, fix it. They gotta stay on code. If they're not on code, they gotta let us know, like, yo, these type of people, yo. Like how we tell you who our coons is, who's gonna sell you out and stuff like that. They should be doing the same thing. They should be on the same boat like that. You know, and I said, I feel like that's where the disconnection is. That's what I believe. I'm not gonna say I'm right or wrong. It's just I believe the disconnection is they like to hold informations. Africans, Caribbeans always love to hold information and tell us at the last minute. If you ever notice, we're always the last to know. So that's where I believe the disconnection is. Yeah.
I came in the pen. I just knew I was blood and I had to put it in there. I couldn't say I ain't going in the pen. Wildcat was in there. So I came in the gate, right there, cat, popped it off. Blood rule. I popped it off. I ain't know this dude, man. The homie popped it off. Niggas had a couple ice picks, a couple razors, but the Spanish police put them in the pen with me, bro.
Yeah, they was doing that.
Facts.
Put it in the pen. Look at the good tear, bro. This is for real, homie.
Yeah, I
This
see.
is real. No games being told, bro. And I held the motion back. It's my baby right here. He came blood because of me. So be blood because of me. Because of me, Uni, Robert Tucker. Because of me. You know what I'm saying? Facts. I was blood. I came non-trade because of him. So there's emotion involved in this room right now. My drop, I'm his drop under non-trado.
Killing cat.
You know what I'm saying? So there's emotion in here. It's OG Mad drop, it's my drop. After all that, we had a conversation. I ain't blow him, he ain't blow me. Because the protocol is what it is. Under blood. Nigga, fuck what Mac did. Fuck what people did before me, homie. That's my drop. On every day. That's why I see me crying right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This is for my life. This is my life. I'm medicine. I'm 80 years old. It's not going to die.
And I remember when he went through.
My big homie right here, Killer Cat. My big homie. I was blood before him. When he came blood, he got the oath non-trade before me, and I fell under him. You know why? A owner, a leader, is only as good as his last bounce. But a true leader is a good soldier. I became his soldier. Me, Shaquell, bro. Me, Shaquell, Ring Dog, Chop, Shabazz. We all fell under Killer Cab, my nigga. These tears is because of the pit that we.
Best active. I explained that already. I said we don't talk bad, but at the end of the day, we're not helping. We have never really talked bad about y'all. Only thing we have said, and it honestly just started. We tell y'all the truth about y'all countries. We tell y'all the truth about your crimes. Y'all like to throw crime in our face. Y'all like to throw drug using and drug selling and y'all play in our face. We tell y'all we got the drugs from y'all. We got the drugs from y'all. You know, so you can't be using, oh yeah, we all the same, because y'all was the first ones calling us Morenos. Y'all was the ones calling us Cocolos. We didn't make this up. Or the blacks. You know? Y'all was the one, y'all was the one not, sticking together. And we could go back to Felix Tequila, or whatever his name is. He was the one saying that the Negroes' problem is not our problem. He said that. He said that, so this is what we have to understand about policing your people. If there's going to be a unity, we all got to stay on code. As V for Vengeance said, everybody can't come to the cookout. Yeah, it means that, but y'all didn't mean it that way. I knew that Be active or best active. I'm sorry. Let me get close. Oh, be active. I'm sorry. I apologize. But y'all didn't mean it that way. I know it means Moors, but y'all meant it in a bad way. No, Cocolo. No, you know what that means. No, it's all right. That's the thing. It's all right. Y'all can do that. Y'all can say all these derogatory things about us. Because you know what? We really don't ask for help. Like when shit happens, we just stick it out. Have y'all contribute? Absolutely, y'all contribute. Just like the Jamaicans, they contribute. Africans, they contribute. But there was sprinkles of y'all. There wasn't like a majority of y'all. It's like this. Let me give you an example. Back in the days when anything ever happened to y'all country, there'll be a majority of us defending y'all. A majority. When it comes to us, there's always a sprinkle of us. And it's usually the Afro-Latinos and the Afro-Latinas. I got to be personally honest about that. It was usually the Afro-Latinas and the Afro-Latinas. There is no bad way of saying... But okay. When you say Morenos, you don't mean it as Moors. I know Morenos means Moors, yes. I actually found that out today by my uncle. But y'all didn't mean it that way. Y'all meant it in a derogatory term. And it's all right. That's why I say it's all right. No love lost. We don't hold grudges with that. We try, you know what? We got our eyes on the prize right now. I got to be personally honest. Our eyes is on the prize. We're trying to fix our community. We're trying to fix our people. All this drug dealing and drug selling y'all talk about, if it is there, that boogeyman that is there, we'll fix it. Everything that the white supremacist owes us, we're going to get it. Then after everything is fixed, after everything that we're okay with right now, we will help y'all after. But until then, we got to worry about us, and y'all going to have to hold out and stick it in and fight these people. Y'all got to go against these people. We can't keep on, forgetting our shit and helping y'all because y'all need help. Life doesn't work like that. If y'all was really our brothers, y'all should have been help us get reparations. Instead of saying, oh yeah, we're begging. See what Shabaka does? How the hell he's trying to unite us talking shit about us? Why the fuck would we want to be Pan-African when people like you talk shit about us? That's why we say those shits is wolf tickets. That's why we say y'all motherfuckers sell us a dream. And I know you don't like to hear that, Shabaka. It's true. Y'all like to sell us a dream. Well, who's gonna get the most? It's not about who's getting the most scraps. It's about getting what is owed to us. Getting paid. Paying our debt. Giving us our debt. Our generational wealth. They took 90% of our generational wealth. You think it stopped because, oh yeah, we fought out of freedom? No, we fought out of freedom. We didn't, the white supremacists had a heart and Thank you because they had a heart that day that they let us out of freedom. Nah, we fought. Shit started getting crazy. You know, it's just like, yo, salute to our ancestors. Salute to our great grandparents and our forefathers. They fought. We can't keep on using, oh, yeah, they let us out because they had to change our heart. No. Shit is getting crazy. They wasn't just fighting regular black people or regular Africans, as y'all say, Africans. These are people who was on this land before them, you know? Again, Merinos has never been... Nah, y'all meant it in a disrespectful way. It's all right. It's, yo, be active. It's cool. You know what? We'll do a show on that one day. You know, and it'll be great. It'll be a great show. You know, it's Hebrews to Negroes, not Negroes to Hebrews. Shout out to Borrow Time. But yeah, we can't keep on doing that. It's just, you know, we try double edged logic. We have tried. You know, sometimes we just gotta, let them handle their own shit. You know, it's like somebody who gets abused, keep on going back to their abuser. You gotta they gotta handle their own shit. They're punching you in their face so they could go back to their abuser. Fuck that. You know what? Go. I'm not gonna. Don't call me. You'll figure it out. You know, because I feel like this. We enable them to do what they do right now, or your peoples to do what they do now. Double-edged logic. You know, salute to you trying to make peace, but this shit is long overdue. People are just sick and tired of that shit. You know, and like I said, there's nothing else that can be done. They're going to have to handle their own shit. If they get deported, they get deported. We'll fix that after all our policies are intact. The reparation is good. And if it takes another 15 years, so be it. Y'all should have been helping. Y'all should have been fighting with us. But y'all wasn't. Y'all was caring about yourselves. Just because someone disagrees. No, it wasn't even a disagree. You know, don't look at it as a disagree. Look at it as disrespect. It's like when black Americans tell you, yeah, we're indigenous to this land. You say, oh, no, you're not. You're African. And you're from a different country trying to tell another motherfucker, what are they? That's like me. I'm sick. And you're telling me, no, you're not sick. Something just went up your nose. You're sweating because it's hot outside. It's like saying some shit like that, you know? See, Pan-Africans are against us on everything unless they get a piece of it. Yeah, facts. V for vengeance. Yeah, as long as they get a piece, that's all that matters. They care for self. You know, world best braider. Shout out to a world best braider. Salute to you. Yeah, it's just, we got to handle our own shit before we help anybody else. Yeah, we can probably be the same, be active, but we'll be the same after we get everything we need, you know? And I just got to be personally honest with it. We have done enough, you know? We help you came over here. We help you get resources. We help y'all get benefits. Y'all didn't get benefits on your own. They wasn't trying to give y'all benefits. They were only giving the white supremacist benefits, you know. So you are the one being racist by making your own definition. What are you talking about? Are you talking to me? Be active. I don't know what you're talking about. If you feel that way, I apologize, but we have to get our shit together, man. This is where you have to understand. We have to get our shit together. We have to worry about ourselves so we can be strong. We can't be strong. We can't be half strong while it makes y'all even stronger, but make us weaker. We have to be strong first. Don't you all want somebody strong to defend y'all? You know, we could have been even more stronger if y'all would have stayed on code. Y'all didn't stay on code. Y'all gotta take accountability for that. Double-edged logic. Be active. Your people have to take accountability for that. We try to stay on code with y'all. We had y'all move into our communities. We wanted y'all to move into our communities. Y'all wanted to go with the white people. That's what happened. Or have y'all own communities. So y'all kicked us out of the communities. So it's just like it is what it is. Y'all just gonna have to wait.
In the blood, bro. This nigga right here, homie. He got hit high. They had his sneakers in the bathhouse. This nigga right here caught a new bid over me. Where your paperwork at? A new bid over me, bro. We lost a lot. I had 2 to life, 2 years. I did 15, homie, because of blood. So understand what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Nobody that's so
I
beat,
caught a
but
new
homie,
one in
at
Elmira.
this point right now, my nigga, it's honorable. The brother right here, Ty Gons,
Yes.
Dick Wolf. When young niggas didn't bang, when I exposed OG Mac. Who exposed OG Mac, blood? Single-handed. Nobody helped me. I did that.
And that's when they turned on him.
But that's why I be
Look at my
saying,
face,
like,
my nigga.
Yeah.
Look
why
at
I'm
OG
saying-
Mac, my nigga.
Yo, bro,
Not
yo,
because I was
bro.
a bitch.
yo,
I
bro,
killed the shooter.
Benji.
Say it again.
Benji.
Put that boy in a coma for 3 weeks.
We was on Elmira.
Damn.
Yeah.
We turned Elmira
Understand
out.
what I'm
We
saying,
turned
bro?
Abby Max out.
Look at my tears, bro.
Every
It's
max
for
out.
real, homie. I ain't no fugazi nigga. I've been holding the story. You got it now, Flip. That's how I've been playing with you, homie. That was my emotion making me laugh and joke, homie. Look at blood. This is blood right here, homie.
Oh, that was some
First
hurtful shit
generation.
that happened with him, though.
First generation. First generation, homie.
Wow.
I'm crying right now, but it's tears of joy. You know?
Best actor. There's 2 parts. There's 2 parts to every story. There's your story, then there's the story that we seen, and there's the truth. So there's 3 stories actually. Our stories, even in Massachusetts, when the Latin Kings tried to take over Boston, most of those people got ran out. And the reason why it wasn't all Latin Kings, and plus, this is when people were having gunplays out there. They had guns too, but they had machetes as well. You know, so shout out to Nick Machiavelli. Shout out to you. But yeah, it's just motherfuckers was getting busy out there in Boston. You know, are there still Latin Kings out there? Somewhat here and there, but they're usually in like Chelsea and those type of areas. They're live out there. I'll say that. I can say that they're live out there. They get busy out there. You know, it's just Boston. It's like everybody. Yeah, it's just too much in Boston. And Boston is kind of small compared to other places. The reason why I say it's so small because you can be something that you're not, just because a hat that you wear. The whole I didn't okay. I'm gonna say this. Best actor, be active. I'm sorry. We are 40 million, but at the end of the day, when y'all had a chance to have unity with us, y'all did it. Y'all didn't even want to be considered black. Y'all fought to not be considered black. There's certain states y'all ran around calling yourself Germans. To the Irish told y'all some niggas too. I'm just being personally honest. It's just y'all had a chance. Some took the unity. Most of y'all didn't. And it, like I said, it's cool. You know, there's no love lost. We will still help you, but after we help ourselves. Like, let me give you an example. The people who stuck up for black people when, what's his name? Mexican OT was running around here saying nigga, 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 nigga. People got to understand there's the law of the land. We always say this on this show. The law of the land. Every state is different. There's certain states I can't go around just say anything I want to say. I just have to respect that state. If you can't respect that state, you're going to have bad luck a lot. you're gonna have bad luck a lot. I'm not making up stories. We have seen it. Felix, his name's like Phoenix Tijuana or some shit like that. He was the president of Lilac. That was like your Latino caucus. What was it? Like you got the Black Caucus? That was the Latino part of that. They have never really fucked with black people like that. Like we gotta be personally honest about that. Be active. They have said fucked up shit about us. But as black Americans, we always have a heart. We always have a heart for everybody. And that's where our problems is, because we always have a heart for somebody when they're in trouble. You know? Like I said, fix your people, then after that, yo. Definitely we will do a unity thing, but we have to fix our shit and y'all gotta fix y'all bullshit that's going on. We wish we could help y'all with the deportation shit, but at the end of the day, we can't right now. We got bigger things to worry about, you know? Bigger and important things. You know? Like, you're good because you're an American citizen. I don't know about your cousins and stuff because I don't know what their situations is, but they might have a fucking problem. You know? I can't be like, oh, no, I need to help them. Fuck reparations. Let me go help these Latinos and these Africans. Nah, fuck that. I'm helping. Nigga, these niggas is going to pay me. You know why? Because if we help y'all, y'all are not going to help us after. You know?
Why? We alive. We came home, bro.
I know why he's so emotional, though.
Yeah, we
'Cause
came home, bro.
I was with him in Elmira.
Home, we free.
When he was going through that shit.
Yeah.
But we're going to get to that. But I
Yeah.
want to know about Wildcat.
I'm going to tell you.
Bring us to
Look,
that day.
I came in the pen, had about 20 Latin King beats on, 10 years.
He loved them Latin King
we get
beats.
them
That's my man's right there.
Muslim beats.
Chapel. It's chapel.
And a few Muslim beats. They went against us, bro. And I was oath.
Yeah, the Muslims went against
I was focused, nigga. Death to all those who go against blood. Am I lying, y'all?
Shout out
Death
to my
to
homie
all
Hamo,
love.
man. Shout out
Hamo.
to G-Sean Hamo,
Look,
man.
Hamo, here for our Rockaway.
Right.
Listen to me. Death to all those who go against blood, nigga. You know what I mean? When I ride, nigga, I ride the fire of pride and speak the tongues of my homie. Am I lying, y'all? At the end of the day, homie, I ain't gotta write it down, I gotta read it, homie. This is better than my flesh, homie. I got stab wounds in my body, my nigga, for this shit, homie. That's what we do, homie. I've been on
Don't let me
operating
take my
tables,
shirt
homie,
off, bro.
with my lungs
I got my
punctured, my
stomach too
nigga.
big.
That's what we do, homie.
Word.
Step it down. I ain't begging on soul beat, but homie, pay homage to your big homie. I blooded you in, nigga.
Facts.
You ain't never did what we did, homie. You came in 96, homie. 9-3, 9-4, 9-5. It was all us.
No, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Do that.
Nah, fuck
Come
all
on,
that.
CK, don't do that.
No, stop. The game is what it is.
But we ain't trying to go.
I gotta ask a question. Be active. What makes you more American than me? Or my people? We're aboriginals and we're indigenous to America. Nick Machiavelli. Kwame's hiding in the trap house because Tariq Nasheed's in New York right now. Yeah, I'm joking. He's probably on a different channel right now. You know, getting his weight up.
There with it.
Guess what? You need to step out this room. This is raw. He did the raw. He did the raw. He did the raw. He did the raw. This is raw right here. I want to say something, homie. Since CK30, I'm a 31. At the end of the day, homie, we love you, my love. I will never violate you, homie. I looked at you as
Y'all
a
niggas grew up
kid.
together. That's why I'm saying that.
I
You know
don't
what
care
I'm saying?
about it.
But also, you forget, be active. We were also reclassified too. Those people that they took from America and sent to other countries to build stuff and bring us back, they reclassified as those people as colored. Oh, shout out to E. Will. What's going on, E. Will? What's going on, Nick Machiavelli? So you have to remember that too. Be active. They reclassified us. So you can say, "Oh yeah, we wasn't citizens until this time." You gotta understand, we were reclassified too. What Latinos? I hope you're not talking about Mexicans. Mexicans had their own land. They sold their land for $13 and I think weed. You know, so you can't say that. You know, we're native of this land. The one who wins the war tells the story. This is why we're taking back the story. This is why we're fighting, and people are not going to erase our history. Our history is, you got to understand, be active. Our, the original indigenous citizens and the original indigenous. Who are the original indigenous people? You're not, put it this way, you're not indigenous to United States. You're indigenous to Mexico. That's your indigenous. And the thing about it, how can you even say you're indigenous? You can be Spaniard. Don't you got Spaniard blood? Don't you got white Spaniard blood or Hispanic? So how are you indigenous? Are you gonna forget that history? I'm just saying, are you gonna forget that history too? You're as indigenous as the Europeans in England. Our blood is very diverse. We got black, we have native. Yes, we have a lot. That's why we always say that we can't really say that we're African because our blood is so diverse, you know? You know, let's see. Former. So you're Spaniard. That's not your land. Your land is Spain. Technically, and I'm going to say this, technically, the Europeans who are in Spain, they're not even indigenous to that land anyways. It was the Moors, that the people you call Morenos. Technically, Europe, the Moors are indigenous to Europe. The black people, the Morenos, is indigenous to North America. Technically, y'all will be considered Slavic people. You know? But the thing about it, you won't tell that history, though. You'll tell us half the history that make you look like you're native to the land. I get it, you know? At one part, yeah, you kind of are, but at the end of the day, you can't forget that you're a Spaniard, too. You're a conquistador as well. You know, y'all needed Morenos to help you. Actually, technically, you needed Africans, not even Morenos. We came over probably in the middle, and we came over from Florida. You know, Florida, the South. We came over from the South. So yeah, I get what you're saying, you know. Some of that stuff I do believe, but you do gotta understand some of that stuff is not true. You did okay, let me say something. You're talking about who sold who? I mean, what land sold what land? They're not indigenous to that land. Those are the people who just colonized the land. Those are colonizing. We're not talking about who's indigenous, who just came there and like basically there was nobody there, just animals. You know, that's indigenous. Look at Spain, your country, Spain. Spain is the Spaniards, the people who are there now. They're not even indigenous to that land. Again, I'm gonna say it again. Y'all are not even indigenous to Spain. The Moors are. The Moors built that land. Then after that, y'all kicked them out. But but you gotta understand, they got to America, but with their advanced technology at the time. They was the ones with the boats and stuff. They even taught the Mali people. That's why they were going everywhere. Technology, more technology, you know. Like I said, it's the law of the land. You got to take the good with the bad. Like I said, you could say you're native Indian, but also you got to say you're a conquistador too. You know, you got to say you're a conquistador as well. You can't leave that conquistador lineage out either. Those were colonizers.
That homie, is blood though. At the end of the day, homie, I let them see, homie, be original. But the blood you so be, you know what that mean? You like 8th, 9th, 10th behind all these niggas right here, homie. Pay homage, bro. I don't care what Jock tell you. Jock my big homie too, but guess what though? I got beat up by Jock.
That's my boy,
Yeah,
man.
Jock my
Jock from
line.
Queens?
Rise up.
Yeah, Jock, yeah.
Rise up.
Me and Jock was in ACM
Guess what the
back
problem
in
is though? The problem is though.
Jock got that little
So
knockout
be
punch.
everybody been around Big Giz who cut Jock and nobody rolled but me. I got beat up by Big Giz, homie. I did that. It ain't about all our wins, all our losses too.
Fact.
Big Giz said, yo, CK, I'm not gonna cut you, you know why? Cause you the only nigga who challenged me behind this
I'll be
guy.
right back, everyone.
Yeah, Jock, rise up. We don't support each other. I bled behind you, nigga. Nigga had my eye closed, nigga, behind you, bro. So you rise up, nigga. At the end of the day, homie, yeah, I put it in, homie. This shit paid is real, homie. These shits is real, homie. And my gun game is up. In any category on Rikers Island. Up north, in the mountain, Attica, Clinton, Comstock, Sing Sing, Elmira. Nigga, so what we do, homie. Now the big homie of the big homie of the big homie is talking right now, homie. These are my drops, but these are my big homies too, homie. It's nobody bigger than blood, homie. On everything in life.
So
I'm not bigger than him. 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 They can pay homage, my boy. You and your wife, pay homage, homie.
wait, hold on. Why you don't like what Soul B said? What did he say that?
Because he
you
say he the
was
big
wrong?
homie, big homie. You can't be the big homie. I blended you in 96. They been begging me for 96. Everybody in the room been begging for 96. Him too, homie. The first stone clan was Warrior Clan. Man doing Hitman, homie. Am I lying, Wildcat? 3 Block Bing. Warrior! Yeah, homie.
Man, dude, that's my man too.
That's when I went out to the
Nigga,
yard and
Killer
blew
Cat was
that
the
nigga
1B,
head off.
homie. We was in 3 Block, me and Wildcat with Hitman and Man Do Warrior Clan, homie. That's just CK, homie.
Man,
That
dude,
nigga,
doing triple
homie.
life. He got triple life sentence.
Faction, homie. Cause he caught a multiple homicide
All
in Harlem. Don't
Damn.
get it twisted, homie. This is CK you talking to now, homie. Shaquille can't talk, you can't talk, and nobody else. R.I.P. S.I. Outside of that, my nigga,
Rest in peace
outside of
to
that, my
Robo
nigga,
Dust.
yo, was scared of OG
Valentine.
Mac.
Scar
I
Valentine.
exposed OG Mac, my nigga, the people's champ. I'm the people's champ. Ask my little bros. But they big homies. That's what they my little brothers, but they big homies. He's the big homie. He make a call. I gotta respect. I gotta check in with him.
See, this was what me and V for Vengeance was talking about. When you mess with like criminal activities and when somebody cooperate or turn on their brethrens, you have to have paperwork. This is if you ever be in the streets, and I hope none of y'all ever be in the streets. I hope y'all make money, have a whole bunch of bitches, eat lemon pepper chickens with some ranch, at Magic City like I like to do, I like my lemon pepper chickens and shit, but I want y'all to make up money out here. I don't want y'all having to feel like y'all gotta be gangster or y'all gotta be on some shit. I want y'all to, this is what I want y'all to do. I want y'all to get y'all your gun license and stuff. I don't want y'all walking around here with illegal guns and shit. I'm being personally honest. The reason why is, motherfuckers will get killed out here, the devil's gonna always come back for what he owes, but I always say this. try to do it right. It's always, let me tell you something. You get more bitches when you got money. Money, you got game. Like me, I was messing with bitches when I was broke, and they were paying for my stay, and for me to like have fun and stuff, you know. I was an ain't shit nigga at a time, you know. But yeah, it's just like these people right here, like these people, I mean, I don't even like to say these people. Our brethrens, all of them. Like, yo, they've been through some shit, man. You could tell that they've been through some shit. You know? Like, some people, like, yo, they just turned and stuff like that. Like, OG Mac right now, he's in Colorado in one of the worst prisons in America. You know? It was worse than Alcatraz. He's up there with El Chapo and the Marathon Bomber. And terrorists. You know, so like this is the shit that we gotta think about, you know? Like these people, these soldiers made it out. If they want to change their life, they could change their life. They got a second chance. If you look at it, they'll be judged for making it, but at the end of the day, in changing, you know, having different laws, but at the end of the day, they going on the law of their land, as we always talk about on this channel. You know? And to them, like they said, it's blood in, blood out.
Go to the Bronx. Like I said, yo, Mel Cross, I'm in the Bronx, beloved, on such and such block, blah, 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 blah.
Shout out to Kwame.
I'm in
Salute.
Kings, I'm in Queens, even Long Island, blah, 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 blah. Yo, hey, Cam, I'm in Brownville, I'm blah, blah, blah.
Oh, Nick, your boy's back.
I'm in Crown Heights, I'm blah, blah, blah. Hey, yo, look, Ring Dog came home because of me. I gave him a prescribe. This is why you see a whole Crown Heights blooded out, Albany Projects.
Rest in peace, Ring Dog.
Ringy. Look, that was my prescribed law, homie.
He got killed in Queens.
Everything. The history you know right now. And 15 books read a month. Noble Drew Ali. George Jackson, Jonathan Jackson.
Johnny Spain.
Facts.
Spain,
Lala.
Blooders, Black Panthers, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. It all came from this right here, bro. When I ain't do it, Shaquille did it. When I ain't do it, Pimp do it. Let's be real now. This is what's called the awakening session. That's why I bought all the real rights up top. You know why? Devil all will always shine above all. You can say what you want to say, my nigga, but guess what? Got that fool.
So wait,
everything. Blood rule.
What did Show
Everything blood rule.
CK, pardon me. What did Show B say wrongly?
Back in those days, there's no such thing as Puerto Ricans. I will say that. Who wrote that? Let me see who wrote that. I'm sorry. Y'all shit's going too fast. There was no such thing as Puerto Ricans, and some Puerto Ricans came from Jamaica. How you think you got dancehall music? How you think you got reggae music? They helped with reggae music. The Puerto Ricans did. And the Chinese people. I know Kwame ain't gonna like me saying that, but yeah. The Jamaicans didn't do it all by themselves. You know?
Your opinion, because I don't think he said anything wrong. So now you tell me.
You know what happened, beloved?
Tell me between the lines that I missed.
You know what you missed, beloved?
Tell me.
So B came home. So B couldn't come home without me, bro. He had an open date with no address. I went up to see him, homie. I went to go see him, homie. Continue to go see. I got photos to prove it, homie.
But do you want to like switch? Because that's
No,
a little personal.
no.
Yeah,
give
you
me
demolishing
right
the
now.
dude, bro. Come
Look,
on, man.
look.
We ain't come here to do that, bro.
Nah, we ain't
Nah,
demolishing
listen,
it.
We ain't come here to do
I'm
that.
giving you
bro.
the fact.
The country was called Puerto Rico. The port of, I guess, gold or something like that. Y'all was known for gold. If I'm telling the story, if I'm not mixing up my stories. Y'all was known for gold in Puerto Rico. Those were all Native American Taínos and stuff like that. And there was some slaves over there. Y'all have a mixture of culture there, too. But y'all go through colorism problem. So y'all can't be like, oh yeah, we're black and stuff like that, and y'all got a community of only black people. Excuse me, or black Puerto Ricans. So you can't do that. That's kind of disingenuous. You know, so yeah, I wouldn't want y'all to say that. Like, yeah, Puerto Ricans, they look at, bro, you need education. Puerto Ricans are Jamaican now. No, I said they help y'all develop reggae music. I didn't say they were Puerto Ricans. They used to live with y'all, yes. Yeah. Why y'all think y'all so connected with reggae tone? Like, reggae is not popping, but they got reggae tone in this era. And why is that more popular than reggae music? Y'all have to have some type of connection, Kwame. Are you jealous? Hold on. Kwame, are you mad because Jamaicans couldn't develop reggae by themselves? Don't forget the Chinaman helped them too with the technology.
I'm giving the fact. Hold up.
Let me put some perspective. Let me put some perspective.
He was living with me and my bread.
CK, I got you.
And my
It's
bread.
personal. They need to talk about that off air. They brothers.
They love each other.
They love each other.
I love them. I ain't demolishing them. But I'm giving the fact. You know
The
why?
whites talking
Here
shit.
around Bimmy and jocking them and forgot what the fuck evil flappers.
That's what it
nigga.
really is, man.
21 in the
You start fucking with the Queens niggas. Come on.
21st in the castle, my nigga. You would have called Jock and
East
Scarface.
21st Street.
Excuse me, brother, beloved. You would have called.
Yo, Queens get the money. Queen be getting money, man. That's why, remember when I asked Kwame, answer this question. Kwame knows. Queen get the what? Gasolina. I said they help. 50-50. See? Told you. Kwame knows. Queen get the money. Them niggas be getting money out there.
Jock and Scarface for the Bamas, dressed to impress. Dressed to impress. To come holler at me.
Let him know
about
be
money I have
active.
For you.
All right, come on.
Kwame, listen to be
bro,
active.
I'm tired, bro.
CK.
It gotta come out right now, bro. About money I have for you, and when your money was on deck.
Nah, we didn't create, but y'all did sample a lot of our old school music. Yes. There's nothing wrong with it. Y'all can sample it, you know. We're not gonna. Only thing we could say we contribute, but we didn't create it. That's between y'all three: the Chinaman, Jamaican, and the Puerto Rican. Y'all created reggae music. That shit didn't have nothing to do with FBA. We contribute by our music, but y'all was already getting busy together, all three of y'all.
And you got your money in your hand, and you try to hook. Jock grabbed you, I grabbed you, and just you transgressing. You went up north.
Don't dress like
You
that.
came home, and you still felt to call me.
East Coast.
You with Jacqueline right now, running around with them, and once again,
Double edge logic. That's why I say our culture. That's why I said our culture is very diverse. Black Americans' culture is very diverse. Even the way how we talk, we got so many different type of lingos and languages. The West Coast talks different from the South Coast. The South Coast talk different from the East Coast. East Coast talk different from the North and the Midwest. You know, we have different cultures. But at the end of the day, we still fuck with each other. That's one thing that we will never delineate. We might bicker, talk shit about each other and stuff, but we know we are all the same, you know? The family members that disagree with you, they are tethered. Yeah, they're gonna disagree with that because at the end of the day, they look at that as, you know, us delineating from them. No, it's all the same because you know what? We got that lingo from somewhere. Cause don't forget, some of the people from the South, cause all of this shit started in the South. Some of the people from the South went to the West, went to the East, and some went from other places in the South, then up to the East or the North. Even don't forget Midwest. A lot of people migrated different places. but they always go back down south, you know, because that's their home. And don't forget, the lingo that people were talking down south, it was mixed in with lingo in the East Coast. You know, like let me give you an example. How you think all this fashion shit happened? All this fashion stuff from Dapper Dan. Dapper Dan is Geechee. Dapper Dan was doing shit that other people wasn't doing. You know? Like Malcolm X. Malcolm X, I think it's from Arkansas. The motherfuckers always been fly. Everybody want to give credit to the Italians. Nah, the Italians wasn't even fucking with that shit like that. We were wearing zoot suits and all of that other shit. We been fly. We been out here balling and shit. You know? It's just like we just take shit to another level. And you got to give us credit for that, you know? Shout out to the people who live down south too, you know? And like I always said, yeah, immigrants probably contribute to it too, but they didn't invent anything. You know, we did all the heavy lifting. They probably, you know, what they call it. So when I took a entrepreneurship class, they call it not. We innovated it, but it's called cause what's his name does that shit a lot. Yeah, he's half Caribbean, but he used black culture. He always followed black culture. You don't hear him talk about his Caribbean culture. You know, hey, salute to you. Salute to Double Edge from Arkansas. You know, we could talk about this person is half this, half that. If they don't use that Caribbean culture, it doesn't mean shit. You can't tether off of that. You know? We have been said, it's like, okay, let me give you an example. Noriega is like black and Puerto Rican. He don't use his Spanish culture. He used the black culture. Only thing he knows is mostly his black culture. He barely speaks Spanish. You never hear Noriega talk Spanish. Most people didn't even know Noriega was like Puerto Rican or Cuban or some shit. You know? That shit just came up. You know? It's just, we can't keep on giving credit for people who don't do shit. You know? And I'm not trying to beat up on nobody's culture, but come on, this is why we're having a disconnection. If these people's family didn't contribute anything, then we can't say shit. You know? Like Kamala Harris, we can't say, oh yeah, she got that shit from her black side. No, the bitch washes fucking collard greens in the tub. That's not a black thing. Black people don't do that shit. You know? So we gotta stop saying, oh yeah, well her family's from Caribbean, so yeah, she Caribbean kind of created it too. No. She used a black culture. When niggas was doing hip hop, they didn't use Caribbean culture. They used black oppressions to tell their stories. They used black struggles. They used black logic, lingo, fashion. Motherfuckers wasn't doing the merengue and shit like that. Probably some people did that to get some Spanish bitches, but other than that, nah. She's not black. White husband. Facts, you know? Not the oh, he's the rapper, right? Thank you, Panamanian. I knew he was something. Panamanians kind of consider themselves black or Caribbean. I don't even know if they're Caribbean or Latinos. That's a tough one. But I will say this: it's just and salute to SP. Thank you for telling me that, man. I didn't even know. I had the machete and everything. He said he had a machete and everything. Like, yeah, he called himself Noriega, but it's at that time, don't forget, everybody was calling themselves Italian names. Because don't forget, the reason why, and I'm going to say this, the reason why everybody was calling themselves Italian names, dressing up in like Italians and shit back in those days, is because, Italian movies was busting at those times. That's what was selling at those times. Motherfuckers loved those stories. And shout out to Scarface, that was the only movie with the Latinos. You know? Oh yeah, and Carlito's Way. That's my favorite, Carlito's Way. You know, no, I'm not gonna crash out. I'm not gonna crash out. Jesus Christ. No, I'm just saying, like, yo, we can't keep on giving people credit for nothing that they didn't do. You know, we don't give, thank you for trying awards. You know, so yeah, we don't give those type of awards out here. I was referring to the dictator, bro. Oh, Noriega? Oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. I was talking about Noriega, the rapper. I didn't know. We'll figure it out if he's Panamanian or Cuban, or Puerto Rican. He's one of those. But yeah, it's just, we gotta start telling the truth now. We said Black Power at the Olympics. Yeah. And we're gonna say Stokely Carmichael contributes a lot to that. But there was 2 other people that helped. Like, we can't just, that's why I always tell people, sometimes people are just the face. Like, they put in work too, but sometimes, like, yo, you know what? You got a better presentation than the other person who actually did most of the work. You know? Like, we could say Michael Jordan is the greatest of all times, but he can't do it without Scottie Pippen. You know? You know, that's what we gotta say. You know? And oh, come on. Was that Italian Jewish? Yeah, he was. But yeah, it's just like, yo, we can't keep on saying stuff like that. We gotta actually tell the truth. That's why this hip hop thing was so crazy, because at the end of the day, once that movie came out, we couldn't get mad at the truth. People were getting mad at the truth. People were getting mad at the inventors, at Chirac and all of them. Cheyenne Chirac. I forgot the lady's name. I apologize. I butchered her name, but like, yo, we can't getting mad at these type of people. We gotta just, like, yo, just tell the truth. Like, these people, like, yo, V for Vengeance had to come over here and explain what was going on and stuff. I didn't know nothing about it. That's why I was like, yo, I don't really know. I could only give a hypotheticals. That's why I always tell people all the time, I don't like to give hypotheticals. V for Vengeance is from New York, so that's great. You know, that was great that he came on and told us. Now we're doing this, then after that we're going to get into the topic.
It's the same program, beloved. I showed you honor. I blooded you in, so therefore you became my responsibility, like my child, bro.
Oh, come on.
No, it's real, homie.
I
This
love
is
you.
blood, homie. No, it's blood. Nah, I don't give a fuck. This is my platform.
It sound like you putting them down, man.
I'm not putting them down.
But
I love them.
but yo, Queen Flip, hold up.
I
But
love
at
him,
At the end of the day,
check in, beloved.
in his interview,
Yeah.
he brought people down as well.
Can you
But he ain't named no names,
Never
though.
mentioned me, though,
But can you point that
Blood
out?
is due.
Can you
Hold
point
on,
that out to me what I
Analyze
missed?
this, dude.
Because when he spoke about
Hold up,
each
bro. Hold up,
individual,
bro.
he talked about niggas highly.
Listen.
You.
Yeah.
Regardless, he said you haven't
When he
spoke.
mentioned me,
The
though.
only thing,
When
He
mentioned
mentioned
me,
you
though.
privately.
Yo,
I'm talking
Flip.
about privately.
Nigga,
But they-
my mother asked for him. My mother said, yo, where's Stacy at? Where's B.O. at? My mother asked him to this day, my nigga.
Let me talk.
You ain't calling me, my
Hold
nigga.
on, hold on. Before you talk,
You was stuck in jail without me.
Before you talk,
What do you mean, be active? Those were the creators. Like, most of that stuff started down south. Like, people spray painting, that shit came from Philly. Cornbread, that's actually true. People been rhyming before fucking the doo-wop days. People were rhyming. You know, it's just, the thing about it is this: people didn't know that shit was gonna take off. You know, people didn't know that shit was gonna take off, and we always, for years, been saying it was black people. It's just once it became $1 billion business, this is when people want to jump on that. That's where I have my problem. These sellers have invaded. Yeah, they always have. They always have been doing that. That's why they've been trying to change our history, and this is why we need people like Tariq. We need people like Alpha. We need people like sometimes me, you know? We have, and at the end of the day, we have to stay on code. We have to stay on code because at the end of the day, we're giving y'all flowers when we say y'all contribute because hip-hop wouldn't be this far without y'all. Y'all evolved it, y'all evolved rap to other genres. Luke Campbell, he's from Bahamas. He did the porn rap. He did, you gotta understand. Who else? Y'all did some other shit. I don't know what else y'all did, but y'all did the porn rap. Y'all did Puerto Rican rap. Y'all was after y'all figured out the blueprint, y'all was using some of y'all music when y'all was doing y'all music. Like Big Pun. Big Pun is the best fucking Latino rapper of all times. Big Pun. Ain't nobody better than Big Pun. You know? So we can't just sit here and just act like y'all helped us. Y'all was like, no, it was just black people doing it at the time. We all created that shit at the time. Y'all wasn't really fucking with us like that. We was already motherfuckers doing flips and shit. And honestly, if you really want to be, shout out to FBA TL, the lineage. Shout out. Thank you for the subscription. Oh, subscribe. Sorry, the sub. But if you really want to be serious, being flashy, dancing and stuff like that, that shit came from James Brown. James Brown from South Carolina. Don't forget, James Brown was rhyming too. You know? I don't know karate, but I know crazy. He been rhyming. Like, we been doing this shit, So, y'all can't get mad at Tariq Nasheed for exposing the truth. Tariq Nasheed exposed the truth about Africa, saying Africa, has a great history. Nobody wasn't really doing that shit like that. I said he inspired a lot of people. Yes, James Brown inspired a lot of people, Kwame. All that flashy shit that motherfuckers was doing and dancing, jumping around, entertaining. Where you think the entertaining came from? Yeah, it came from James Brown. The greatest entertainer ever. The hardest working man ever. That's what they call him. The hardest working man ever. That shit came from James Brown. Yeah. And Kwame, I got another video with you and Tariq Nasheed, man. You gotta stop that shit, Kwame. But yeah, it's just like, we gotta personally be honest about that shit. Like, y'all didn't y'all contribute, but y'all didn't help. James Brown, like I said, James Brown contribute. He contribute to hip hop. He inspired too. He inspired a lot of people. Jumping around, dancing. Yeah. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question. The shit started what, in the 60s, 70s? Where you think they were getting all this shit from? They were getting it from the funk, the funkadelics, was it funk music, blues, even some rock and roll. Where you think punk rock came from? Where you think heavy metal came from? Sooner or later, the Jamaicans say, we helped them with heavy metal music. Like, come on, we can't keep on doing this. I guess he want you to call back in this week. Yeah, call him back, It was entertaining, Kwame. I will say that. Hey, Repo, when are you play that? I think I found that video too. I'm gonna play it. but
Let me
not
hear
today.
what-
I gotta find it
You was
though.
stuck in
All
jail
right.
without
I
me,
think
though.
I found it.
Bro.
I don't give a fuck about Jack on my ass.
Bro,
You was stuck in
bro.
jail without me, though.
Okay.
I came and got you.
Yo, see.
It's okay.
Come back for a minute.
More or less, my bad. 31.
Let me get
I'm
it for a
fall
minute.
back.
Let me get it for a minute, right?
Can you help me understand
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
missed? Because
yeah.
he talked good about everybody to me privately. I don't know what he said on camera that niggas is misconstruing. I heard people say it.
Nah, ain't
Hold on, wait, let me
misconstrued.
finish. I heard people say,
It's
yo,
my
Flip,
heart
you
talking
missing.
right
I don't.
there.
I'm not blunt. I don't understand. So
Come
I would
on.
like somebody to explain to me because So B has been.
Them niggas probably was drinking that yak. I want to say that. I think they been drinking that yak. You know? Yo, because he's lit. He's out there, yo. He's like my uncle. The dude with the chains like my uncle. My uncle get that yak in him. Oh, man, he tear up, man. He get lit. Hell yeah, I love my uncle like that, man. Yo, he
Honorable to me.
tears
He
up.
kept
Talk to
the word,
both of them off camera.
And I salute Soul B. That's my man. He told highly about
The
him.
dude
He
with
told
the
highly
pig,
about
he's
this.
like
He
my
got
cousin
talking. He ain't
Santos.
getting
He
any
remind
detail.
me
He
of
don't
my
get
cousin
details.
Santos.
Not 'cause of me.
Hold on.
I love that dude.
He told highly about
I love
you.
him, though.
He told so now I want to understand where's this coming from. Let me speak to him. I want to know.
All right. It's like this, right?
Because he stole Chuck Berry's style. But Chuck Berry like 13-year-old Philippines girls. He was fucking with young girls too, just like Elvis was. I think Elvis married a 14-year-old girl, I think. Yeah. Elvis got down like that. Most people don't talk about that shit. Steve Tyler too. Yeah, there's a lot of stories on people like that. You know, I heard stories about Steve Tyler. The person who told me is dead now, so yeah.
You share your story. You share your story about what's going on, right? So you make a comment. You make certain comments. You know, that's going to trigger certain people.
He
So
contribute,
your
but
comment
you know,
was
like I
that,
said, he contribute,
you know,
and he
it's
did his
because
thing.
I was
Kid Creole.
blood. It's because that
Yeah,
you
he
know,
just needs to hurry up
I
and
got
finish that
cut,
time
it
in
would trigger
jail.
blood, and that Scully is my little homie, right? And you know, that's my little homie, and because I got cut, it would spark everything. So now,
Listen
you're
to this
praising
story right here.
yourself,
This guy, yo, this is the part right here I heard.
right? And you know, that's my little homie, and because I got cut, it would spark everything. So now you're praising yourself on the fact that you got cut.
Facts.
So now let's think about it, right? If I'm a respectable individual and I have a reputation and I'm putting in this work and I got this handle, you know, this reputation again, it wouldn't the opposition wouldn't feel comfortable doing anything to me. Period. Right? Let alone saying that because of what they did to me sparked a movement that changed the whole face of the East Coast, New York, whatever it may be. It's blasphemy because the simple fact is, let's speak about Mac's situation. We ain't got to go too many places. Let's speak about Mac's situation.
Facts.
That happened in C73 a year or so later.
That I was there for.
That ain't have nothing to do with Soul B getting cut. Which sparked the blood movement, and he elected himself leader, and you know, and everybody collectively, you know, put the lessons together, you know, and it was distributed, you know what I'm saying, amongst, you know, how it's supposed to be distributed amongst the people that originated, you know, the lessons or whatever the case
With
may
me
be.
being the first five.
And him
My bad.
being, you know, him being under somebody else, right? What is you saying? You saying that because that could be looked at as, all right, so it took for me to get cut. So because I'm this honorable, this respectable gangster that, because I got victimized, motherfuckers raised up. So what happened to everybody else that got victimized? What you saying, that us as a whole, as black people, is pussy, or that we did not raise up?
This is what I was worried about, what he said. That's why, V for vengeance. This is why I don't like the word oppressed. Because it's a weird word. I don't know. I think it is oppressed, but I don't think it is oppressed. Just listen to what he said. It's weird.
Us as a whole, as black people, is pussy or that we did not raise up?
And then he gave props to the Lions, which is not fact.
And then you saying that, and then you saying
Hold up. This is what we was talking about with Kwame V for Vengeance. The Lions. I didn't know who the Lions was. I was like, yo, who the... Actually, hey, V for Vengeance. Can you call back the Lions? This is where I was saying. I was like, V for Lion. I mean, the Lions. I was like, who are the Lions? Because Kwame kept on saying the Lions. And you explained to me. I think everybody needs to hear this.
and that us as a whole, as black people, is pussy or that we did not raise up?
And then he gave props to the Lions, which is not fact.
And then you saying that, they was blood. Scully was not blood, and Scully is not.
V for Vengeance said that.
By any means.
Yeah, you said that. You said that. Hold on. Hey, cousin, let me call you right back. I'm on live right now. Huh? What she have a meltdown for? Oh. Am my grandmother with her? Alright. Alright, later. So, sorry, that was my cousin. Cause I told y'all my cousin, my uncle passed away, so my mother had a meltdown. They want me to call her, but I don't know what to say. I haven't talked to my mother in like 3 years. The fuck? You know? I understand, but I haven't talked to the lady in like 3 years. I wouldn't know what to say. I'm gonna say this. Yeah, the Black Lions. And you cleared that up. You say, yeah, they wasn't blood. Like, you explained all of that. That was a Jamaican-based Caribbean gang. Oh, okay. So, Kwame. I need Kwame to answer this. What did the Black Lions, what was you trying to say about the Black Lions? What did they contribute? Or if V for Vengeance can answer that, what did they contribute? I didn't get it. Like, did they contribute leadership or, you know, blacksmith skills or something? Well, of course there was Kwame, there's Jamaican Bloods now. You know, we're talking about the origin of it. You know, you started bringing the Black Lions in that, and just listen to him, Kwame. You said that the Black Lions was blood at the time too.
Or that we did not raise up.
And then he gave props to the Lions.
Listen.
So because I'm dishonorable.
This is why I didn't want to use oppressed, because that's why I was like, it gives a bad, and I don't know. And the thing about it, I kind of got what y'all was saying. Like, I know we don't want to use victimize, but motherfuckers was getting their hands put on them, getting sliced up. Black people were getting sliced and diced up because they wasn't uniting. Because you got to understand. And I hope, if I'm saying this wrong, please say, nah, that's wrong. People come from different boroughs, like in Boston. If we go to like upstate or something, black people's gonna have to stick together. And the reason why, because they're skinheads in New Hampshire. We can't be like, oh yeah, we gotta fight them and them. Nah, it's just our enemies is our friends for today. You're the friend of my enemy. I mean, you're the enemy of my friend. Or my friend of my enemy. You know what I mean. This shit was happening. I wouldn't use victimizing it. I think, I mean, oppressed. Oppressed, it sounds crazy. I don't know if it's me or... I think probably motherfuckers were becoming victims. Motherfuckers was lacking, you know? And there was some black people, like he said, there was like black people that were getting it in. But at the end of the day, it would be much easier if motherfuckers stick together and got busy. You know, I hope I'm saying it right. If I'm saying it wrong, that's why I say, yeah, the Black Lions, I don't think they had any, like, they probably contribute something to it, but yeah, they saying that they wasn't Bloods. Yeah, but yes, they were Jamaican Bloods. They were Caribbean Bloods. The dude from Nine Treads, what's his name? Shoddy? He's from Trinidad. Shoddy's from Trinidad. He got the same last name as my father, Jordan. Yes. He be getting it in. So, like, it's... The motherfuckers was throwing... they were throwing 30 calendars at that man. He took 15. So, yeah, of course there's going to be Caribbeans getting in, but we're talking about the originators. That was your issue. But, yeah, like I said, I do agree with you. Yeah, there were different... there were Latino Crips. I mean, Bloods. That dude right there with the Bulls hat, he's Dominican. You know? So, yeah, but Shorty is not first generation. He wasn't there at the beginning. Yeah, you're right. But now we got to figure out now, what did the Black Lions do? Did they slice and did they get busy, got slice and dicing people? Yeah, was they slicing and dicing? You know, that's because at the end of the day, if they gonna ally with that, that's what comes with war. You know, so. You know, homie was saying that, like, they think that shit popped off because of him. I mean, because his people got stabbed. No, they got busy. Yeah. So why that dude right there with the pink is saying something different, you know? You know what? It would be cool. You know what? I can't wait till I get a little bit bigger so then we can really talk to... It's like, yo, Scully's, the founder, was a Warrior Facts. Oh, okay. That's over my pay grade. You know what? I'm going to go with V for Vengeance is saying, because I know you. So, yeah.
This respectable gangster that, because I got victimized, motherfuckers raised up. So what happened to everybody else that got victimized?
Really?
What you saying, that us as a whole, as black people, is pussy, or that we did not raise up?
And then he gave props to the Lions, which is not fact.
And then you saying that they was blood. Scully was not blood, and Scully is not his little homie. By any means. By any means. You know what I'm saying? We're going to shout out to Scully and all that. Yeah. Scully is his little homie by no means at all.
We had a mental set at one time.
Talking to Mike.
We had a let me just address
the mic.
All right, let me just
condolence to Scully, man. Definitely, man. You know, shout out to him and his family, man. I hope they're doing better. Yeah, that's a sad case right there, man. Dude in the pink came after all those guys in the video. So all those other guys is first generation. The second guy isn't. Okay. It's starting to make sense now. Then you tell it.
But let me address the situation with these two dudes. Let me tell you their history first. First of all, their history go back to Flatbush before Blood. You feel me? So hold on. So let me speak, beloved. Let me speak.
I'm gonna use the key words. Important. I idolize Not So B, Stacy Knight, aka
Stacy Knight.
Original. I idolize him. He's my
when he was a guard body, he was that dude in Flatbush. So CK looked up to him. So when this Damu thing came around, my thing is this, man. Like, some things ain't for the public, man. Like, families, we have fights. We have fights in the locker room.
Salute to you, Kwame. That's good, man.
The auditorium. You feel?
Salute to you, man. That's good, man. That's good that you're looking out for him. You know, and like I said, most people ain't gonna do that, Kwame. This is the shit I'm talking about. This is why I told you, Kwame. I was like, yo, Kwame, what do I always tell you? I'm not a Pan-Africanist, but if you're trying to get busy with this Pan-African movement, I think you'll be a perfect face for it. I wouldn't fuck with it, but I think you can help people. I think you could personally help people. It's just at the end of the day, you have to be honest. That's one thing about Dr. Umar. He is not honest. He's a great talker, great speaker. You know, he gets busy. But at the end of the day, his message can go only so far. I think in this generation right now, you're next up. You know, so if you're trying to save Africa, I think right now will be the perfect time. Yeah, and the reason why I say it's the perfect time because y'all gotta get into the belly of the beast. I was in OBCC, aka it was Scully. So yeah, this will be the perfect time, Kwame. Kwame, I'm gonna tell you something too. Don't use that crazy ass name that you be using on X. Use your real name, man. You need to put yourself out there. You gotta put yourself out there. Honestly, you will be a better face for Pan-Africanism than Dr. Umar. All jokes aside. I was in Africa in Wyoming. It was 2011, 2012. I seen Scully put metal and white boys and a couple of people. Damn, y'all motherfuckers again. What year was that? Oh. But yeah, it just, you'll be the perfect face for that, Kwame, you know? Damn, 94, I was 8? I think I was like 8. But yeah, just, you'll be the perfect face for it. Pygmy are not the first are not the. Shout out to Be Active, man. Be active. You get active in the live. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, but yeah, Shabaka, would you want your son in a gang? Gangs do nothing for anyone but kill innocent people. It depends what gang. A gang is just considered an organization. Like, CEO of Walmart is considered a gang because it's an organization. Black Caucus could be considered a gang because it's an organization. You know? So yeah, yeah.
Me, like I never been a politic dude. Even dudes know when I was in them walls. That's why I love being stoned. Cause it was 31 of us. I had to deal with that shit. You feel me? I don't like dealing with that. If we got issues, let's go in the bathroom, lock your ass, then come back out. We ain't gotta go to the knives or the guns. If it's love, it's real blood love. You know what I'm saying? They got personal issues, man. They got a personal issue. Now, did I agree with what he said? No, hell fucking no. That's what got Killer upset. You know what I'm saying? And it got everybody upset. Because it was the truth. It wasn't the truth. And then I don't know why he did that.
Oh, DJ
you know
X1 did give you the facts though.
But for the most part, I'm thinking we ain't come up here to assassinate the dude. We came up here to do us. Even though he said some shit that he wasn't really supposed to say.
Hold on. Yeah, let me finish here.
But basically,
no, CK.
And then y'all, CK, I'm gonna tell you, CK got more emotion in this shit because of a lot of shit that transpired with the politics, bro. I hate politics.
Okay.
I hate politics.
Even that, let me cut you up for a minute, so, you know, a lot of CK issues come from the fact that You know,
Yeah,
he
love
was
for
the
him.
only one that had the nuts. You know, you got a lot of people that sit here and say that they kick OG Mac out the whip and all that. Niggas ain't kick nobody out no whip. We gonna keep it official. Niggas ain't kick OG Mac about nothing. You know what I'm saying? When he was in the system and everything, he ruled shit with an iron fist.
Even
You know what I'm
after,
saying?
even after you guys found out that he told
No.
But listen, when dudes found out about it, he
He was
the
out the
only
system.
one that disclosed what was going on. Everybody else remained quiet.
And they flipped on him.
And fell in line and flipped on him.
They flipped on him.
That's where his pain come from.
Yeah, that's why he's like that. He's,
You understand what I'm
Got
saying?
it. Now hold on. Let's slow down. All right, so let's wrap it up as far as the B. So B, because he proclaimed himself the big homie of the real big homies. You trying to say that there's holes in his story because he told the story that he said. A lot of people vouched for his story, said that he was the guy that was putting in work on Wildcat. What you have to say? He was the
A
guy
lot
that
of
was-
people
Yeah,
that could have
but
vouched for
you
it
gotta-
could have been dudes that was just riding them, whatever the case may be. But when you got people that was on the front line, you know what I'm saying, like me, Mel Cross, the one of the original 5'9" brims or whatever, I've been putting in work forever.
So
I
you trying to
always
say you
held
never
my
heard
weight.
of Soul B putting in
You know what I'm
work?
saying? No, I heard of
Who's
Soul
the
B
guy
putting
in the
work.
red
What I'm
with the red hat?
saying is,
That's what I'm asking.
he's misleading when
Yeah.
he's saying, first of all, why would I glamorize me getting cut?
Got it.
You know what I'm saying?
I get your point.
Because at the end of the day, don't get me wrong, for some people, as gangsters, whatever, your scars is also a badge of honor because simple fact that I've been to war, I've been battle tested.
Okay.
Granted, that's one thing to say that, but that's one thing to sit here and say, well, because I got cut or whatever the case may be, is the reason why everything happened.
I see what you're
Blood
saying.
and everything happened.
Let me.
he
Wildcat.
made it about him.
Got it.
It wasn't.
Wildcat, what you
Never.
got to say about that, Wildcat?
I mean,
Talk on the mic, Wildcat, please.
I mean, the way I look at
I thought the black guy was CK. So who's the dude with the black? I thought that was Corey. Cause the dude with the black, he said he's high rank. He's the highest, one of the highest.
it basically is you get in where you fit in. You know what I'm saying? And back then it was like, I mean, what he was saying with OG Mac is the way we look at it was mad different because we was in the Bing. We come from the Bing.
Yeah, we
Know what I'm
box
saying?
babies.
We box babies. You know what I'm saying? Like Scully, me, Shower, rest in peace.
That means we
CK.
was banging against the police.
Yeah, we was banging so much that they kept us isolated.
Got it all on my phone, homie. Look.
Hold on, hold
On
on.
my post.
Let him get this interview off.
Yeah.
He was never blood.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Tell Scully I said what up, man. That's my
yeah, I
boy.
got him on my shit too.
Scully know what time it is.
Basically it was like niggas was repping. So in order to survive in prison, you gotta have that rep where ain't nobody gonna fuck with you. Because if you don't have that rep, then you gotta eat somebody's food all the time. And the way dudes are nowadays is you eat their food, they telling on you, they making sure that you getting more time. Like basically that's why I bought these paperwork in. You know what I'm saying? This right here, I caught this right here because of him. You know what I'm saying?
Tell us what happened.
Basically, I was in the bullpen, you know what I'm saying? I was on the run for 2 bodies. You know what I'm saying? In Queens, in Astoria Projects.
Who phone is on? That's your
Okay.
phone, Wildcat?
Nah.
I'm gonna say this right here.
Nah,
Look.
that's my phone. That's
Look.
my phone.
I'm gonna say this
Okay.
right here. Look.
Hold on, let him tell the story.
No, he
Bro.
ain't finna. No. I'm gonna say 2 words. Listen. I didn't deny going to the pen. Except for putting the pen with Mad Latin King the others. I didn't deny it. Now you can finish it.
Yeah,
In
basically.
the blood, you can't deny going nowhere.
Yeah.
You gotta go.
Yeah, so basically, I was on the run with
2 bodies. Yeah.
I was on the run for actually 2 bodies and 1 attempt. You know what I'm saying? I shot 3 people in the projects, in the Astoria projects. You know what I mean? It should have been a self-defense case. It didn't turn out that way because I had an upper hand. You know how it goes. The justice system is not going to help you out. The justice system is you get the upper hand. No matter if you right or wrong, they're going to do you dirty like you was the bad guy. That's how it goes. So I came through, and when I came through, I already been doing the jail shit since Spofford. Since Spofford, I was doing the jail shit. You know what I mean? So when I came through, I had to be prepared. So I came through, and I had razors and black tape and all that. I had to cheat. You know what I'm saying? So when I came through, now I gotta prepare it.
Black people always. The thing about it, Kwame, black people always came together. That's it's a gray line because you know what? Black people always come together when the same victim. When you're getting victimized by the same person, you're always gonna come together. I don't want to use oppress, cause oppress sounds a little bit permanent. It sounds permanent. Victimized where you can still get out of it. Yeah, like yeah, this motherfucker violated me, but he ain't gonna violate me no more. When you're getting oppressed, like the shit is like you're becoming a repeated offender. That's why I was like, damn, I don't like the word oppress. I gotta figure out another word. I don't know if it's just me or is it like, you know. Yeah, it's a weird word, man. Oppress is a weird word. It sounds like a white supremacist word. Cause he said he's like, yo, what's his name? CK was saying that like, yo, it's not like motherfuckers got victimized out there, but he said you can't act like motherfuckers was pussies. When you getting when you getting oppressed, you can't do nothing about it. When you get victimized, you could have A, got caught lacking, or B, you know, you at the wrong place at the wrong time and motherfuckers violate you, you know? So that's why I didn't want to use the word oppress. And I think, and I'm going to say this, Kwame, I think the words that you be using sometimes be throwing people off. That's just me. I probably think that, but I don't know if other people do. But yeah, I think the words selection that you use, it throws people off. He used victimize, you know, because at the end of the day, it's not like, oh, you know, oppress is like a system like slavery. You know, I don't think motherfuckers was like that, you know, slavery and shit. Motherfuckers was violating people, yes. They were violating people to a certain situation where motherfuckers had to come together. Like, yo, we put our bullshit aside. Yeah, we can use that. Yeah, but oppress sounds. I don't know. It sounds crazy to me. If I'm wrong, this is like, yeah, you're bugging. You're bugging on Rosalind. You're bugging. Well, yeah. I think it's your word selection, man. Cause yo, my uncle be doing the same bullshit too, where like I remember my uncle was like, yeah, I got cancer. Motherfuckers thinking he has cancer, he has like 6 months to live and shit, and the motherfucker had some other. He had Wagner, where he had it's like cancer, but it's not cancer. It's like he has to take care of the shit like it's cancer. You know, so I was like, yo, this motherfucker just sold us some wolf tickets. So I think it's your wording. I think that's why Tariq Nasheed was like, yo, I don't think motherfuckers are oppressed. The motherfuckers are getting violated. Yeah. This video proves I was right. No, it doesn't. I think Vengeance helped you out a little bit more than this video. Because they use victimized. You use oppressed. Oppressed sounds, like I said, it sounds permanent. But these motherfuckers was out here getting violated, you know? Face slap, you know? Sometimes double, triple teamed. You know, getting their food eaten because they couldn't do anything. So some do. And some people were getting busy. You know? That's what they were saying. They were saying some people were getting busy. So you were like right and wrong. It's like the stuff that people were saying you were right at, you were right. But the stuff that's you saying wrong is because you used the wrong wording. And I think you do that a lot. I'm not trying to say you do nigga shit. Like you use words that doesn't really mean the right thing that you're trying to say. But yeah. You could, bro, it was no, the motherfuckers was getting violated until there's like, yo, fuck it. You know what? We're gonna have to, group up, team up. You know? That shit wasn't permanent because they wasn't doing that shit no more. The motherfuckers was getting violated now. And I can't even say the Nietas and the Latin Kings were getting oppressed after because they were getting violated. I don't know. My definition is different. A lot of people's definition is different of oppressed and violated. You know? That's like, we're in the school all the time. I take your lunch and beat you up every day and shit. You're not being oppressed. I'm just violating you. You know? That's the simplest I can get, you know? Yeah, I'm just violating you. I'm not oppressing you. Calling you a bitch ass motherfucker and just taking your cookies, taking your bag and stuff. That's not oppressed. That's violating. I'm violating you. You know? That's why I say it's different. The way how I say violating and oppressing you, it sounds different. You know, oppressed sounds like some slave shit. Violating is what them niggas was probably doing in New York. Was violating a dude. That's why I say it's a different definition. I think that's why you and Tariq came at you, Tariq, and that other dude from Queens came at it. You know. Yeah, annihilating. You know, they were stabbing them, slicing them. Yeah. You know, these motherfuckers was trying to kill him. You know? I don't know. It just sounds weird to me. The oppressed word, it sounds weird. I don't know what it is. It's like I said, I got no dog in a fight. It's just, I don't know what it is. I think it's the oppressed. I think, like V for the Vengeance was saying, they were getting violated. Hold on, hold on 1 second. My joint just froze. Did it freeze? No, I don't know, man. I think that's where you and Tariq got the shit wrong. You know? I think that's where the disconnection with you and Tariq. Because, you want to hear something crazy? You and Tariq got the same, I wouldn't say talking points. Y'all kind of agree with the same shit. It's just with you want black people to come together with Africans. That shit's not going to happen, Kwame. Put it this way. Africans, they were violating black people forever. Saying foul shit about us. You know, undermining us. Going with the oppressors. Yes, that's violation. They violated us. You know, I don't know. It just sounds different to me. I don't know why. Kwame, it doesn't matter. Africans did that bullshit when they got to America. Motherfuckers don't want to. Kwame, Caribbeans did that bullshit when they got to America. All of a sudden, you want us to do y'all want us to do what's his name? The Gandhi shit. Nah, y'all gotta have to figure that shit out until we figure our shit out. You know? This is what you're not getting, Kwame. And like you're fighting something that's not gonna be fixed, Kwame. And I'm gonna be personally honest. That shit is not gonna be fixed. And the reason why, because your Caribbean people, your African people fucked it up. Y'all fucked it up. And you need to hold them accountable. Not all of them, but a great majority of them did. You gotta hold them accountable, Kwame. You know? Like, I get it. Like, I get it, Kwame. We'll be better, stronger, but at the end of the day, we tried that shit, and y'all turned on us. Your people turned on us. Your people turned on us. It's like this, Kwame. We helped y'all come over here, and y'all said the white man told y'all Y'all said the white man helped y'all. We was out here getting stabbed, shot, killed, hung in the streets while motherfuckers are smiling pictures and stuff, eating fucking mayonnaise sandwiches and shit. And you said those people help you come to this country. The white people helped y'all come to this country. So you know what? This is why we say, y'all gotta grab your balls and be a man. You know? No, it's not xenophobic. Was it xenophobic when y'all undermined us and went, with the white man? Was it xenophobic when y'all turned on us and called us lazy? This is what I'm talking about, Kwame. You always talk this peace shit, but when it's the other way around and stuff, it's different. You know? See, this is what I'm talking about, and that's why you can do that shit by yourself. Go help Africa. We're not gonna help fucking Africa. This is the type of people I'm talking about, Kwame. You told us, you just flat out said, black Americans never helped us do anything. Okay, so you can handle Africa by yourself. You can handle immigration by yourself. You can stop talking about reparations and let us handle reparations. We don't talk about y'all. Y'all are the ones who be in those spaces. Kwame, you be in those spaces. You the ones who be in our culture. You're the ones who cosplay us. Only black person that ever cosplayed an African was Will Smith. And it was in Concussions. That's it. Didn't you say he was half white, Kwame? Didn't you say he was half white? There you go, man. So if he said that, Kwame, let me ask you a question. Since you want to do tit for tat, if he said that, why the fuck do y'all want to be in black spaces then? Why the fuck y'all want to talk about us? If you know we're xenophobic, why y'all want to fuck with us? Why y'all want us to go to Africa with you? Like, that shit doesn't make no sense, Kwame. Why do you want us to go to Africa with you if you think we're xenophobic? That's the question. If you think black Americans are xenophobic, racist, lazy, gang members, all this crazy shit that you say, why the fuck you want them to go to Africa? Why do you want them to leave America to be under y'all? And y'all can't even build anything. Kwame, you're not answering my question. Why do you and Shabaka want us to leave America and go to Africa with y'all? This is what I'm trying to say. Y'all been doing that shit for years while we were try to unite with y'all. Y'all didn't want to unite, even though we fought for y'all to come over here, bring y'all musty ass over here. We fought for that shit. White America didn't help. Kwame, let me ask you a question. If white America didn't want you over here, how you think you got over here? You think it was the Jews? Or you think it was the Germans? We helped you get over here. No, read what he says. He said, is it xenophobic when Frederick Douglass, he's talking about black people as a whole, as a collective group. He's not talking about individuals. This is what Kwame does. This is why I said that word oppress, it's a little bit strong, because at the end of the day, Kwame does this. He just did what you just said again. He tried to use individual, but he made it a collective. That's why I said that was the disconnect with him and Tariq. That's why him and Tariq, well, not him and Tariq, the other dude from Queens got at it. You know? Like, no. FBAs are black Americans. What are you talking about? FBAs are black Americans. Like, come on. We can't act like, yo, these people aren't foundational black American. Foundational black American is just a lineage. It's not a group. It's not an organization. It's a lineage. When he talks about foundational black Americans, he's talking about black Americans that descend from America. We can't act like we don't know what foundational black American is. You know? No, foundational black American is a lineage. You can't just be active. You can't just go around making up your own definitions. That's what foundational black American is. It's a lineage. You know? It's not only black American. It is. It's a lineage. Like Kwame could be considered a black American, but Kwame knows what he's doing. No, there's no such thing as a foundational American, because don't forget, there's other people else who was here too. You're just trying to confuse them when you just say foundation American. Because there were other people who were here who migrated here too. Not ran from their country, but migrated here. Like the natives, like the native Indians. Or the people that you consider natives. I think they're Slavic people, but, you know. That's a question for another day. Jesus Christ. You can't be black and delineate from it. Yes, you can. So are Indians black? Or are they Asian? People from India, are they black or are they Asian? And why do we call indigenous Australians who are darker than you, Kwame, Polynesians? You can't do that. That's why I say, like, yo, you confuse things when you just say everybody's black. You know, if America is your homeland and you delineate it from Africa, just be fun. No. You're complicating things. We're simplifying it. Foundational black Americans. You know? I'm just being personally honest, Kwame. You can't do that. It's just, it complicates things. Then after that, white people say, oh, I'm a foundational American. Then you got the Latinos. I'm a foundational American. They consider themselves Polynesians, Kwame. They're not black. They consider themselves Polynesians. This is a disrespect that you have for them. That's why I always say all the time, I was like, yeah, this is why you get the reaction that you get. This is why people be roasting you and be like, oh, yo. He's a foundational Jamaican hater. Oh, shit. Shout out to V for Vengeance.
Because I know they're going to send me to the Bing. They're not going to put me in Pop Dog. They ain't stupid. Once they see my name, they're like, you going to the Bing. You know what I'm saying? They know if I go to Pop Dog, I'm eating food.
Oh, shit.
Because there's no reason for me to be in Pop Dog and I'm claiming blood, my nigga. It's war.
You can't be out there.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to Pop Dog, my nigga. If you eat Ricky, my nigga, you fool. I'm eating your food. You heard? That's it. I'm not gonna go in the crib and be like, well, I didn't see him. Nigga, they ain't no motherfucking excuse. You come in the crib, my nigga, you gotta eat that nigga food. Eat his food.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? That's that. There's no excuse for that.
Okay.
So, basically, you know what I'm saying? So, when I was coming up, it was like, you had Scully. Like, they talk about Scully. That's my man. You know what I'm saying? Scully's my man. Shower, rest in peace. His co-defendant, that was my man too. You know what I'm saying? And everybody is pushing a movement. You know what I mean? Because at the time there's so much oppression going on, everybody's pushing a movement. The Jamaicans is pushing a movement, the black people is pushing a movement, even though we were all black, but everybody's pushing it to their own resignation, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if I'm Indian, I'm going with my Indian niggas, but we got the same goal as the black niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's like, when I came through, I'm not gonna I wasn't raised around Spanish people at all. My parents is Dominican, but I wasn't raised around Dominican. I was raised around straight black. My
So he-
hood was like,
He an honorary nigga.
you know what I'm saying? Basically, yeah. I went to 226. I went to Thomas Jefferson.
Oh, he went
and-
to Jeff right in
you
East
know,
New York.
Yeah.
Out of Bamas.
And I had the case where son shot the nigga and shit, so I went to Spofford for that. You know, me and Thomas Jefferson, they got popped or whatever. They had me in Spofford for that. And then, yeah, they had me in Spofford for that.
So tell us a story about that day. What you look? We got to get that day. What you was doing that day when you saw him get jumped? Tell us.
All right,
One of the
well,
best days of
I
my
came
life.
in. They finally got me. The police finally called up to me.
Okay.
Because what happened was I blew a nigga head off in the street,
Okay.
and I thought the nigga was thorough, but he wasn't thorough. He called the police.
Damn.
So when he called the police, next thing you know, I'm on the run. They couldn't catch me.
Mhm.
But then I got cornered in somebody's garage and shit, and they finally got me. And he was in the back of the ambulance. And he was like, he cut me. I bet I'm done. So when I come through and shit, and now I'm in the bullpen, and I got three rug cutters. So I'm gonna pull one out, so I use it, and I'm gonna take the other two, and I'm gonna boof it. You know what I mean? So I'm in the bathroom, I'm doing the black tape and all that. I'm preparing it, you know what I'm saying, to make sure that it goes through the metal detector, and I see son come in, right? But I'm in the bathroom, I'm like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta boof these two other joints up, right? But what's popping over here? You know what I'm saying? It looks kind of exciting, you know what I mean? So he comes in the bullpen, you know what I'm saying? And when he comes in the bullpen, they put 6 other niggas in there with him. One nigga's taking his belt off. These niggas is jumping on top of the bench. I'm like, and I'm looking from the bathroom, like, hold up, what the fuck's going on in here? Nah, this shit ain't looking right, you know what I'm saying? So I already had the rug out. So when I saw him, he's fighting over with like 7, 8 niggas. I'm like, nah. We ain't doing that. We gonna try to even up the side a little bit. So I caught the first nigga, grabbed him by his head, took the razor, bang, and I ate his food. Know what I mean? And from what they say here, it was 72 stitches. I mean, this is one of my. This is one of my Lisa ones, cause most of the time I give a nigga
Got a few
$150
of
and
those
better.
too, man.
I try to cut a nigga down to his ass crack where the razor ain't going no more. You know what I'm saying? Cause it's gonna slide into his asshole. You know
Oh,
what I
tell
mean?
him you got to go to the Bronx when you catch a case in Rikers Island. You
Yeah.
go to the Bronx.
So what they did was they sent me to court. You know what I'm saying? Because now I got a new charge because I was protecting him.
Yeah.
Because they was jumping him. You know what I'm saying? So when you go to court, they on some shit like, did you do it or did he do it? And I'm like, oh, now you put me in a position where if I don't implicate him, I'm implicating me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to implicate him because he got away with it. You know what I'm saying?
Too. That's coming from a Spanish brother.
So at the end,
my bad for that. Let me help you head up. Listen, when I come in the bullpen, right? I got like 20 Latin King B's on, 10 Yeta B's.
oh yeah, they wild.
I ain't gonna lie. Right now, I'm calm. I was psychological. I was dumb then. I was on anything moving. If you know what else, you fool, we eat me. Boom. But when I came in, the niggas was like, yo, do me away. Sangre. Blood. Sangre. Sangria for y'all. Like, sangre. I pull in, boom. So they gonna pay, yo, wepa. Yo. I'm like, yo, I'm coming, hold on, homie. So when I came in the pen, I see him, but I don't see him. Boom. But the point I'm making is, right, I ain't see cat with my hand down, all right? Look, I ain't see cat. My point is, though, niggas called me out. Yo, sangre, wepa, all type of crazy shit. I said, oh, hold on, man, a couple of cups coming off. I came in the pen, the first thing I ate him. Boom. And he said the nigga with the belt, going crazy on top. I grabbed him, ate him. Boom. He finished everybody else off. Cat finished everybody. I ain't gonna front. What you gotta do? I said, my nigga, you blood on everything. He went back to 1B. I said, yo, that nigga blood. I said, Dwayne on. He blood. Gangster. They was just jumping me, boom. Cat valid on everything. You know what I'm
The
saying?
paperwork say he caused 72 stitches. Yeah, cat finish.
Yeah, so I mean, I ate some food. I caught his artery on the head or whatever, so he started squirting blood like a hose. Like the blood was coming out like out the cell. So when it was going flying through the bars, it was the blood was landing on the floor. So I'm gonna be like, damn, my nigga, like, damn, either he gotta die soon, or I don't know what to do with this nigga now, because now I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be either me or him. They gonna pull out. And I ain't gonna lie, at the first time they pulled him out, so I'm on the wall like, yeah, I gotta play with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm good money. But the police, he know me because I was in the 1B already. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, wait a minute. He said, nah. Send him back and take him and put him in the box. So they came and got me. I'm like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? So I went to the hearing on Rikers Island and beat it. Because my trick was, anytime I go on Rikers Island, and this for anybody that knows, anytime you go on Rikers Island, you know what I'm saying, and you gotta sign some shit where it's a rule book. If you don't sign for that, you could stab and beat the shit out of as many niggas as you want to, and they can't do nothing to you. So they got mad. They got mad because I put an Article 71. I went to Rick Court, Article 78, and they took everything off. And they sent me back to population. I got away with it. So they gave me a new charge. So now I'm going to Bronx Court. You know what I'm saying? And it just so happened that while I'm going to Bronx Court for that new charge, then Magoo was with me one day in the bullpen, and they brought an informant down from upstate.
Okay.
So we in the bullpen next door, and like, yo, this nigga is telling somebody up. No, that's why he's down here. And Magoo was like, yo, what you want to do? I'm like, yo, we gonna eat this nigga. Fuck it, on the bus. He's like, yo, you gonna eat this nigga on the bus? So we gonna eat this nigga on the bus. Fuck it. If they send the motherfucking police and they stop the bus on the highway, it is what it is. But I don't think they're gonna stop the bus. I think they're gonna take us all the way to Rikers Island and then beat the shit out of us over there. You know what I mean? So he was like, fuck it, then it is what it is. So we got on the bus and we ate him. What? He started leaking, blood all over me.
Nothing, right?
I got blood on my face, I got blood on my shirt. They didn't stop the bus. Instead, the dude, he had the gun on him, but he can't shoot.
Yo, FA, I'll be double edge. I was laughing too. Foundation American. This motherfucker crazy. Jesus Christ.
Through the gate. So he's like, yo.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna end this one right here. This was a good one. I was gonna do this one tomorrow. I was like, nah, let me see if I can do this one now. But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna land on this topic. Hold on. What did the engineer prison shit got into? It was a situation that, it was a good question that Kwame asked yesterday. He was right and he was wrong at the same time. And I told Kwame all the time, I think it's a disconnection of how he uses words. And I'm gonna say this. I think I use words as a hood way. When you be like, yeah, I violated that nigga. You know, but Kwame will use like the bourgeoisie word of certain things, but to me and other people will be different. So, give me a second. If he's on right now, I'm gonna see if I can get on. Give me a second, everybody. I'm gonna see if he's on right now on X. We're gonna jump on X. No, I'm the only one on X right now. So what I was gonna do, I was gonna jump on Tariq Nasheed's space, but he's not on. So yeah, I'm gonna say this. I just use words differently. I think that's why people got mad. Kwame was kind of right to a certain extent on how the story was told. But yeah, But it's just so, like I said, it's a weird situation. I don't have a right or wrong answer for the topic question that we have. It's just because, don't forget, we was all over the place like bird shit. We started talking about FBA. We started talking about New York. We started talking about Bloods. It just went all over the place. It was a great conversation, but let's get into the real question. Is the Pan-African movement one-sided? You know, I know Shabaka and Kwame's going to think different, but we're going to see what went on at this place right here. All these African flags. Look at this shit. All those African flags, not one Black American flag. Not one Pan-African flag.
It's Key December in South Africa. And I'm so excited. There's been so much going on. Specifically, what I want to talk about, the Southern African Regional Territory Conference for the 9th Pan-African Congress that was hosted here in South Africa a couple weeks ago. And I got an opportunity to speak and an opportunity to dine with ministers and people that are actively engaged in creating a sustainable continent for the future of Africa for Africans. So I'm going to tell you all about it, but first...
Hey, yo, that lady's wig is crazy. I'm not even going to lie. The girl with the blonde and brown wig, yo, that shit is nuts. I'd never seen a wig like that.
Let me introduce myself.
He said Pan-African
My name
is
is
dead.
Ashley. On my channel, Ashley in Africa, I share my experience of living and doing business here on the continent. I'm currently in South Africa, about to celebrate a year being here, which is completely wild. I'm also the founder of Africa Investors Academy, a community of entrepreneurs and investors building businesses that are location-independent businesses for the future growth of Africa. People that are building tourism businesses, agribusiness, professional, personal development businesses, retreat businesses, and the like. So if that sounds interesting to you, please be sure to like this video and share it with someone who would find to share that footage with you as well. But first, I was hosted by the minister, Naledi Pandor.
The ambassadors, especially from our region of Africa, for joining us for this, which is essentially an AU assignment that Professor Juicy has taken up.
So, who is an audacious leader speaking against neocolonialism boldly and unapologetically. And it was an honor to be in her space and her presence with other ministers, including ministers of international relations from Angola, Namibia, Togo.
They're going to tell us what Pan-Africans, you know, what is it really for? It's not really exposed, so don't read the title.
Ethiopia, Malawi. It was incredible. I was super nervous. If you haven't gotten an opportunity to check out the short that I posted,
you're talking too much. Get to the next one.
Not simply returning, but returning with our families. Because what I realized by having...
Hold on, everybody. Shabaka says something. Hey, Shabaka, let me ask you a question. The Pan-African movement is greater than any movement. Let me ask you a question, Shabaka. What, and this is a genuine, I'm being genuine when I ask you this and sincere. As a foundational Black American, what can Pan-African movement give us? That's the question I'm going to ask you right now. You know, and when you respond, I will talk. But we're going to watch these videos until you respond. And the reason why I'm asking you, because you're a Pan-Africanist. You know?
My children with me.
The 400 million Negroes of the world. And we believe that the time has come to unite these 400 million people for the one.
A brief history of Pan-Africanism.
Brothers, sisters, countrymen, you better get on board.
Fellow citizens of Africa, I greet you in the name of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League of the World. You may ask, what organization is that? It is for me to inform you that the Universal Negro Improvement Association is an organization that seeks to unite into one solid body the 400 million Negroes of the world. And we believe that the time has come to unite these 400 million people for the one common purpose of bettering their condition. And it is for this purpose that we are asking you to join our ranks and to do the best you can to help us to bring about an emancipated race.
One of the key problems, and it came out in the Fifth Pan-African Congress, that we have to rediscover ourselves, find out who we are.
Kwame has,
what we are.
Sabaka has
Who
responded.
we are told we are.
She told you Pan-Africanism is a worldwide, not just a. I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you. So many things Pan-African is doing. I said, what are they doing for Black America? I didn't say worldwide and what they doing for other people. This is where the disconnect from. What can they do for Black America? You know, what have they done for Black America? So that's two questions. What did they do for Black America and what have they do? Have and did. That's one question. It's both of them past tense. Sorry.
It wasn't until then, that Pan-African Congress, that I saw the way ahead clearly and knew one day all of Africa would be free.
The Congress is the dress rehearsal, or the forum in which the leaders of post-colonial Africa make their debut.
Kwame Nkrumah, who went on to become the president of Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta, who became the leader of Kenya, Hastings Banda, who headed an independent Malawi after Sudan became independent.
Dr. Nkrumah went out his way to make the Gold Coast what it is today. He endeavored continually to bring us freedom and liberty to Ghana. Ghana is the name, Ghana we wish to proclaim. We will be jolly, merry and gay. The
most striking of all the impressions that I have formed since I left London a month ago.
I believe the same thing, V for Vengeance.
Strength of this
You
African
two world best.
national
I believe it.
When do you want independence for Kenya?
Today.
How soon do you foresee independence in Northern Rhodesia?
Things are moving so fast in Africa that anything between 1 and 2 years.
The issue is political, not social or economic.
The wind of change is blowing through this continent. And whether we like it or not,
This is the shit I'm talking about. They'll invite a white man, but they didn't invite Americans, Black Americans. They could have paid for all our tickets to get to America. To Africa. They didn't do that. I'm over here because I'm getting my family together. Resources. Ain't no white man here giving me. Yes, they are. They gave you a job. They gave you a house. They gave you finances. You probably living all right, you know. I bet you're saving up money to go to Africa. And you know what? Africa is supposed to be milk and honey. And it's not. So.
growth of national consciousness is a political fact. And we must all accept it as a fact. And our national policies must take account.
And you still didn't answer my question. I said, what can Pan-African do for Black America? And what did they do for Black America? I don't know, but at least Pan-Africans is about you. No, it's not. Oh, well, it's not about unity. Yeah, we're separating so we could fix our problems. We have to fix our problems because at the end of the day, we're no good to nobody if we're just fixing everybody else's problems.
Let us know in the comments below if you found this video informative. Please show your support by liking and sharing this video for the YouTube algorithm. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to receive updates on our latest videos. And always remember, Africa is watching.
See? This is what Pan-Africanism gave us. Gave us Wolf's tickets. Just like this video. Didn't really say shit to us, you know? Watch this. This is what Pan-Africanism is.
See, there was a very blatant and obvious reaction to the snippet after you posted it. A lot of people felt as if it maybe had a lot of Black American influences.
Right.
And your whole career, you've always preached unity and bringing Black people together. And everybody says that you once said or alluded to Black Americans not having any culture. So they were like, well, wait a second. Why is he wearing shoes that look like Tim's and sampling an American song if Black Americans have no culture?
Like, I'm really glad you asked that question, because it's like, yeah, like, people is really stupid. Like, I don't really look at none of that. People that say they have their own agendas. And my mission is to bring us together, you know?
You see that? They asked him a question, he answered an invisible question. Did you say that? He said, I'm worried about bringing people together. After he just told Black people they don't have no culture.
You know what I mean? My mission is to build a bridge that can't be broken. So at the end of the day, there's always going to be a section where it's like they need more attention, and you need to teach, you need to let them know, understand more, like they need more education.
Boy, obviously there was a very blatant and obvious reaction.
That's the shit that we have to go through. He asked him a question, he answered an invisible question. There you go, Kwame, I got you something.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
All right. Let's see. Let's get non-FBA TJ. All right, let's get non-FBA TJ in the building. What's going on, non-FBA TJ? What's going on with you, man?
I'm all good, man. Obviously calling from the UK. Sending out UK love.
Yes.
Yeah, really disappointed in these Africans, but I love the way you give them that work, man.
Yeah.
We need to stop calling Africa the motherland, because respectfully, we were giving up for adoption, yeah? And when you're giving up for adoption, you ain't allowed to give that person a name. You've given yourself FBA as a name. And now that you guys are successful, they want to come back into your life. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So keep doing what you're doing. All my FBA brothers and sisters, I want to send love from the UK. You got some riders out here. I happen to be one of them. And you know what? These Africans need to fix up, man. Like, just like you say, they're shitting in the streets, man.
Yeah.
Like, clean up your homeland. Yeah? Give us something to want to come to. But you know what? We don't want to visit, bruv. Like, we don't want to go back there. Like, we've built things for ourselves. You guys have built things for yourself. And it's time for them to step up and build things for them.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Anyway,
thank you so much. Very good points. He brings up some very good points. Listen, foundational Black Americans, man, we had an ethnogenesis. We had a very distinct ethnogenesis, and we developed into a very unique ethnic group through centuries of shared experience, culture, struggle, resistance, and survival here. So we have a unique identity, forged through slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, civil rights, and beyond. So nobody's going to force me or any of us to abandon our identity that we built through blood, tears, and resilience. That's something that I take pride in, that my family and I and us, we survived that. We survived something that no other people even remotely survived. So yeah, I'm going to always pay homage to that, and that's a very distinct thing for our lineage.
Fucking phone.
Yeah, so yeah, they're not going to shame us like the sister from Cameroon. She was like, we're all African. We all came from Africa. Okay, well, everybody came from Africa. But here's the thing. No African tribe over there is really claiming us as their own. I mean, let's shit. Well, no tribe has claimed us as their own. Yeah? Nobody, there's no tribes over there that has said, okay, those people over there, they're part of our lineage. Can we get real? Let's talk real. All that we're from here, we're from there, and all that. None of those tribes, how come none of those tribes have said, hey, those are our people specifically? None of those tribes say that. That's why there's so much skepticism on the level of people who came from Africa to North America. We know that a lot of people were brought to the Caribbean and South America. It was a very small number brought here to North America. It was a very small number. And none of those tribes say, hey, those are my people. They got all these oral traditions. Notice a lot of them, truth be told, most of those tribes don't know anything about the slave trade. That had to be taught to them. Ain't that interesting? Most of them don't even know about it, or didn't know. That had to be taught to them. They didn't have an oral tradition about it. You understand? So why did they forget? If it was such a vast thing, why did they forget? Why did they have to be taught that? You see? But we're our own ethnic group. You know? We were cut off by force. Yeah? African governments don't stand up for foundational Black Americans. Like I said, when we get harmed, disrespected, marginalized, those African governments don't never say, hey, y'all come on over here if things get hot. Nobody's ever said that. Not even Ghana. That right to abode thing, they open up the doors for everybody. Yeah? But yeah, there's not been a massive movement over there opening the doors for us now. Let's not play games. There's never been a massive movement. Pan-Africanism, that's been one-sided. That's been us running around there with that. You see? Come on now. Remember, culture can't be forced. Culture is lived. FBA culture, music, fashion, spirituality, cuisine, resilience, our own vibrant Majara spirit and energy. Y'all can't make us shake that. You're not going to force us to adopt cultures and languages and customs that we didn't grow up with. You know, that's cultural erasure. And then what happens is they try to Africanize us so that whatever we create and whatever we do, they can take claim for it.
Facts. This is what I was talking about. They can't benefit off of anything after that black word. It's a key to our resources. Black. This is why we say foundational Black Americans. Because everybody want to be black when it's benefit. But when bullshit happens, it was the black people. It wasn't the Nigerians, it wasn't the Jamaicans, it wasn't the Haitians, it was the black people. It was the Black Americans. We got to be careful with that shit, man.
Just like that musty tether from the UK earlier who called in. We created the drums. Oh, Lord. The music is from us. We created the instruments, nigga. See? That's them trying to take credit for what we've done. And yeah, people, if we get into the DNA, listen, DNA doesn't equal identity. Yes, foundational Black Americans, we have distant DNA links to Africa, ethnically, that's a different thing. Ethnicity and nationhood, that's not determined by genetics alone.
Yeah.
You dig? You see? Just like Italians, you don't tell them that they're just European. Italians have a unique culture within Europe culture, within the European lineage. Italians have a distinct culture and ethnicity. Like Japanese, you don't say, well, Japanese people are just Asian. No, they have a unique culture that's different from Chinese, that's different from Korean, that's different from Vietnamese.
Yep.
Even though they're all Asian, they're not just Asian, they have a unique culture. They have a unique ethnicity. Foundational Black Americans, we're not just, quote, Africans in America. We are a specific people with a specific origin story.
Facts.
You see? Let's be real. And most Africans, they don't really claim the diaspora unless it's convenient.
I just said that.
If there's some type of celebrity investment, yeah, they'll express interest in us when there's money and global attention involved. Yeah, Stevie Wonder, they brag about giving Stevie Wonder Ghanaian citizenship. Yeah, that was Stevie Wonder throwing a bone to them. That wasn't a gift to us. That Stevie Wonder was doing them a favor. That's why they're running around now. You look at Wikipedia, they call Stevie Wonder Ghanaian American. That man ain't no damn Ghanaian American. Yeah? Come on. So now they're over there in Ghana running around selling that. It's Stevie Wonder is a see that's in here, niggas. You see? So yeah, they want us to make them hot. I'm cool.
Facts.
Yeah? They ain't really giving up nothing. We just got to be real. And let's be real. Foundational Black Americans, when like the Somali guy called up, you and I, we were both born here. No. Listen, I'm a foundational Black American. I have a sacred connection to this land. All of my ancestors are buried here. Their blood and their bones and the flesh, they're part of this land. They're buried here. They sacrificed here. Their spiritual energy and their essence is here. The Majara spirit is here. So we, foundational Black Americans, we have more of a sacred connection to this land. Foundational Black Americans, we built the United States. Our ancestors tilled that soil, fought in every war, endured domestic terrorism, created the culture that America exports to the world. We're spiritually and ancestrally rooted in American soil. That connection is deep. That's earned. Yeah, that can't be replaced or dismissed with a flag or a kente cloth. You see? Like our sister said before, we didn't take an oath to be citizens here.
Yep.
You dig? We never had to take an oath. It was already in us because we were already of the soil. We're different. You dig? We are different. This is our land. You see? And when we start talking like that, that really makes the white supremacists nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, we ain't talking that Democrat Pan-African talk where reparations is them sending us back, that repatriation, let us go back to the motherland. Y'all know how much of a con game that is?
Facts.
That's a damn...
Oh, shit.
A damn finesse.
That is a finesse. I got to say that. And the reason why I say it's a finesse, you got to understand, like, all we know is America. All we have been fighting against was white supremacy. We've been fighting white supremacy, and for us to just run now, that's some cowardly shit. We're not cowards. We're a warrior class. I always tell people, Black Americans is warrior class people. Even the 4% of Africans that they sent over here from Africa, those are warrior class. And the reason why I say they're a warrior class, because they still have our DNA in them too. So yeah, that's why I say I consider those 4% us. Because don't forget, 400,000 did get off the slave ship. And I always say, too, I think, I'm going to start saying this today. Those people who came over here and who migrated over here by thousands and millions, those were Moors. You could tell by the technology.
Yes, from the Democrats and their Pan-African DNC shills. You see? We got to stop going for those finesse games. What's up, Brother McCall? I see you down there, player. Y'all raise them hands. Everybody raise them hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's raise them hands. Let me see who we got in here. Let's get Collins OB. Collins, what's happening, brother? Unmute those microphones, my brother. Collins, unmute your microphone. Uh-oh. Sound like this dude is riding a chicken truck. Brother, Colin, what the hell kind of noise was that?
Hey, brother. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. You all right over there?
Yeah, it's all good here.
Now, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Ghana.
Ghana, okay. What's on your mind?
Why do you think Ghanaians don't ride with the African Americans like that? Because we have a lot of them here. They're making a good life. They feel really good. Nobody treats them some way. Why do you think there's a problem? Why do you think we're going to have some friction?
It's not that. No, it's not that.
Why?
No, slow down. The problem is, I think you guys are cool with us when we're bringing money over there. You see, if we're bringing over a bag, yeah, you cool. That goes into what I said. We have to go over there and literally build up communities. We have to go over there and bring celebrity endorsements. So you guys require us to bring things over there where there's nothing really given. You dig? There's nothing, it's not really reciprocal. You see, we have to go over there with a bag, and I'm kind of uncomfortable with that.
Well, I look at it differently because.
How do you look at it? How do you look at it?
So, I look at it in a Joseph scenario. Okay, so Joseph was sold by his brothers.
Oh Lord.
He goes to Egypt. He's successful, and then maybe things change, and Joseph is in a position to leverage some help for his brothers. So there's some bad history. We do acknowledge it. But there's possibility for cooperation. And I don't know why you're so insistent on
Borrow time, you're right about that one.
And enmity. Because we admire what the Africans have achieved in the diaspora. It wasn't easy. We here are having our struggles. I don't think it's rosy over there. I think you have struggles too. So why not leverage what we both have so we can both do well? Why the division? Why is it necessary?
So what are you leveraging? What are you bringing to the table? What are you giving us tangible as foundational Black Americans? What are we getting?
So we're giving you an outlet. We're giving you an identity. We're giving you a home and a heritage. We're giving you warmth and hospitality. We're giving you a lot of things that may seem intangible because not everything is about money. You soon seem to get it.
Well, you giving us a heritage? No, man, if you go slow down, what heritage are you giving us?
So you asked which tribes, which identities, which cultures, which societies are opening up on this side for the African American diaspora. And I'm saying Ghanaian society is opening up for the Ghanaian African American.
Okay, no, you said y'all giving us a heritage. What heritage are you giving us?
So we're leveraging a shared heritage. So I'll give you an example. So Steve Harvey comes to Ghana, and then he comes to Accra. He tries to learn the language. He tries to identify with the culture. And then it's very encouraging. It's like, okay, I want to understand what's happening here. He's welcome as a brother. Michael Jai White was given kinship or chieftaincy in Ghana when he came. A lot of them have been given positions. some royal positions. Some too come, they make friendships, make connections, they understand what happened 400 years ago. So that's the understanding of what I'm trying to explain.
So
Separation,
basically,
not the way.
So slow down. So basically, we get over there, we get to stand in the slave castle, and y'all tell us why you had the slave castle, and y'all start explaining. Is that the heritage?
Well, not just that, but the point is, it's just,
That shit
it's
is
the
crazy.
beginning. It's a process. It's a beginning to understand what
How
an
about y'all
ancestor
give some
went
of that
through.
gold? How about y'all give us some resources? I don't want. Let me be real. I never wanted to go to Elmina Castle. I've always had a problem with Ghana and
I
that
think it
Elmina
would change your
Castle.
movement if you did. It would
Sir,
definitely change
I've
it.
had listen. I've had a problem with that because y'all sat up there and let it go down. Y'all were complicit. I don't want nobody sitting up here splaining with that big ass castle sitting up there, like they were forced to have the castle there and all of that. Oh no, they built it and they took my brothers. No, y'all were
No,
complicit.
no,
Shit
basically they
went
want
bad for
completely.
you. It went bad for you, and now you want us to come back and save you. But you ain't offering nothing, telling us you're going to give us a heritage. We already got a heritage, sir. We already have a
We
culture.
understand you have heritage,
Right.
but it's not perfect for you either. It's difficult on that side as well. It's not heaven.
Shabaka, do you hate Tariq Nasheed because he's telling the truth, or you feel a certain way about what he said?
And it's not heaven here either. So my point is, why don't we connect? So you're talking about the gold. We have in Ghana, we have gold. We are number one in Africa,
Wow, that's
number
crazy.
six in the world. We're just 200,000 square miles, but we are number six behind countries like Russia and China. What the partnership can create is we have mining companies here that investors on that side, they can leverage that investment. They can own, the government will not be resistant to it. They can create the value chain. We will not hold you back from owning it. And then we can create wealth from both ways. It's not like we're asking for handout. Because in the end, having a few visitors come through is nice, but it's not like it's changing Ghana's economy
But
fundamentally.
listen, but no, that's a lot of splaining. Y'all need to give up off that goal. If y'all want to have a reciprocal relationship, give up off some of them resources because y'all require us to bring over a lot of money if we want to utilize the right to abode. And y'all open up the door for everybody to become citizens or have the right to abode. Y'all do it for East Indians, a bunch of Europeans. Y'all gave them the green light, giving them the dual citizenship slash right to abode.
Facts.
So it's not for us. It's just anybody come over here and bring some money because the money's a little funny. Y'all got to bring some tangibles to us. I don't want to hear that pie in the sky stuff.
Pie in the
You
sky.
dig?
Oh
Because we've seen
shit.
situations where black folks over there getting their land taken. We've heard horror stories over there in Ghana and other West African places. So people are not going to sell us the whole Wakanda dream. We're going to. I like to be very honest. I'm not going to sit here and just cap and give people these idealistic non sequiturs that ain't really popping like that. So people go over there and get caught up things is kind of funny style. And there's a lot of horror stories that foundational black Americans have been experiencing over there. So my thing is give up some real tangibles if y'all want to have a real reciprocal relationship. Does that make sense, sir?
Pie
Oh,
in the sky.
Colin, what's up, brother? Okay, he's not. All right. Ah, man. Okay, I took him down. He wasn't saying nothing. But listen, they see Ghana, they see us as financial assets. Let's just be real.
Facts.
We got access to wealth, Western
Oh,
education, access to capital. So they benefit. They want to see some benefits from that. They want to benefit from tourism. All right. My thing is make it reciprocal. All right. I wouldn't have a problem with that if it was reciprocal. They were really giving us some shit. Yeah. Yeah, Ghana, they don't have no automatic citizenship or rights for FBAs.
Facts.
You got to go through a whole lengthy immigration process and residency process. Yeah. And then you got to bring a bag. Now, they'll give somebody like Stevie Wonder, yeah, they'll, that's good for PR. Hell, even me, if I go over there, they'll give me citizenship. Just because I have a large audience, they'll do that. My thing is, don't treat me one way. You got to treat. I'm like Rick James. If you let me in, you're gonna have to let in the Stone City Band. That's what Rick James is. Rick James was like, you're not gonna let me in Studio 54 and the Stone City Band is out there waiting by the velvet rope. If I go in, they come in.
Facts.
If you give me some cocaine, give some cocaine to the Stone City Band. You dig? That's my thing. Because I look, people ask me, how was I treated in Africa? Lovely. When I go to Africa, they treat me wonderfully. I get so much love in Africa. When I was in Zimbabwe, they were rolling out the red carpet for me. But you know what I was doing? You see, I was like, what about the rest of the FBA family? How come they can't come over here and get this same love? See, that's what I was on. Y'all treat me good, that's fine. Because I'm a public figure and I got a lot of folks listening and watching and all of that. What about some dual citizenship for every FBA? What about them? And then people start getting quiet. So that's what I had a problem with. You're not going to treat me good and then want to shit on the rest of the FBA family. I come with as a package. I don't do the special Negro thing.
It's a special Negro.
No. I'm a package deal. I come with 43 million people. Yeah? I'm not one of those Negroes who, you get picked and, ooh, I'm the best. No. You got to let the Stone City Band in too. You see? And let's be real, that land ownership over there, oh man, that land ownership is so damn janky over there because some of the land is controlled by tribal chiefs and family lineages or the state. So you just can't move in. You got to navigate through some weird ass janky system. You got to go through 3 or 4 different folks and you don't know who's the scammer. See, yeah, you go through all these people and when one scams you, they all point the finger to each other and then they lease you the land and the land is leased for a certain amount of years and then the tribal chief can say, oh, no, nigga, I want my land back. And then folks start coming in and taking your shit. Man, come on, dude. Let's tell it all. Let's just tell it. Come on, man. And everybody ain't sitting over there eating foo-foo together. It's some real janky shit going on that y'all need to tell people about. Tell them. Tell everybody what's really going on over there. Yeah? Man, the people who get citizenship are people who invested heavily in the country. We have to go over there with a bag or you have to have a big name. Yeah? They want people to come over there and invest. They need help to build their hospitals, their schools. This is, hey, come on over here so y'all can help us. Yeah? That's what that's about. Let me get Brother John Horse in the building. I'm not shitting on Ghana. I'm not shitting on you, but let's tell the truth. Let's just tell the truth about what's really going on. John Horse, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's good, Tariq?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Hey, man, I just kind of wanted to chime in. 2 things. So I keep hearing, all these people talk about the Jews this. There's no, the white supremacists ain't doing nothing. The Jews this, the Jews. The Judaism and all of that, those are like jackets. Those terms.
Yeah.
It's just jackets. You can be Jewish, but the white Jews on top, the black Jews on the bottom. You can be LGBT, white LGBT on top, black LGBT on the bottom. That's just how it goes, no matter what happens. And then number 2, for me, I don't hate Africa or anything like that, but I also know that, for our lineage and stuff, like, it doesn't, for foundational Black Americans and even Caribbeans or, Black Latin Americans or whatever, we don't owe Africa anything.
Yeah.
We don't owe them anything. Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, they owe us everything. So I think, as foundational Black Americans specifically, we need to kind of just like pull back on, sitting there always trying to like lend our hand and trying to help them. They need to help us first.
Facts.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. That's Brother John Horse. But yeah, that whole Jewish thing, that's a cap. That's all cap.
Because they're white. That's why.
Hold on, let's get Bashiru. Hop in, Bashiru. Bashiru.
So shout out to Tariq, shout out to the whole house. So I want to throw in more light about some things you said about the Africans.
Go ahead.
So you said Africans owe you reparations, and that's true, no lies. But I think we should actually take a practical approach, because if you said you went to Africa and you were treated right, and the rest of the Negro blacks, when they are in Africa, they aren't going to be treated right because they don't have huge followings or something like that. I feel you talk to the African communities, the African representatives, there should be some sort of connection. You get me? There should be some sort of connection. We recognize because we share the same ancestry. But if there is no way we take practical approach, because
Hey, Shabaka, I'm about to invest in Ghana in a 4-bedroom mud hut in Ghana. You think that's a great idea? How much you think they'll charge me for that?
Africa is a continent, but inside Africa we have several countries, and if we're able to like talk with the government representatives that this is our people, these people can actually come back when things go hot or things go south over there, we recognize you.
Okay, thank you, brother. I don't know what he's talking about, family. I tried to rock with him with respect. I've really tried to rock with the gentleman. I have no idea what he's talking about. Do y'all know what is he talking about? I'm just as lost. I don't know what he's talking about. And it wasn't just the language, not just the accent. He was just kind of saying shit. I don't know what he was saying. Was it just me? He wasn't really saying anything. Nothing was really making sense. He was just kind of saying random words. You have to understand. In my homeland, the leaders, and there's a tree by the water, and in the water you cannot drink. But there's a waterfall, and in the waterfall there's a bird. The bird will fly, but it will not swoop down near the waterfall. So the government, they're to blame for the waterfall and the birds. What is he talking about? With respect, brother, I'm trying to rock with you. I just don't know what you're saying, sir. I just don't know what you're saying, Bashiru.
Lala, don't worry. He's coming back to America. Once he get bit by one of those Ebola flies, he's coming right back. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Once you get bit or, stung by one of those Ebola flies, yeah, it's a wrap. Or eat one of those gorilla soup brain. Was it the gorilla knuckle soup? Oh yeah, you get sick, you coming right back. Yeah, you ain't gonna be wearing that fucking dashiki forever. I tell you that.
With respect, man. With respect. I don't know. You might have been nervous. I don't know. But I just don't know what you're talking about, sir. I just don't know. But, okay. And I try to give everybody a chance to, to say what they need to say.
Yeah, Kwame's gonna come back. Once he get bit by, I'm telling you, once he get bit by one of those Ebola flies, man, it's a wrap. I have friends in Ghana. What does it? Oh, and you best believe it's no mud hut. They do got mud huts over there. I'm about to buy a 4-bedroom mud hut in Ghana. All right, so yeah, I'm going to Ghana to see how they're gonna build my mud hut. You know, see how much it's gonna cost.
What's up, Chaka?
Water running. What's up, Reek, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you, sir?
Chilling, man. Last time I talked to you, man, you asked me what's the damn waterfalls. I'm like, nah, I'm here brushing my teeth.
There you
So
go.
now, to get to the point, man, you see, they always telling us about how we need to come over there and, oh, you can learn your heritage and, oh, you got culture and, oh, you guys need to come back to the abode thing. I'm like, but when we come over there, we got to bring them back. And did you not tell them about that Foundation of Black American family that was over there and the people was burning them out the house and taking their stuff out the house while the family was sitting there filming it? I'm like, this stuff is documented.
Hell yeah, that 4-bedroom.
It's documented. And
hey yo, Shabaka, would you come and visit me in my mud hut, my 4-bedroom mud hut? I'll have a room for you, bruv. All jokes aside, I have mud hut. We can eat giraffe knuckle soup. You know, we can have, hyena nuggets. You know, we can have all of that. I'm fucking with you, Shabaka. I'm fucking with you. I know they don't have none of that shit. You know, it's just this motherfucker Shabaka got me crying. Yo, he's about to flip out on me. Shabaka, I'm just joking, all right? I don't want you to flip out on me, all right? My fault. I was being ignorant. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's no such thing as a 4-bedroom mud hut, all right? I'm sorry.
then they kill me when they talk about heritage.
Get you a custom-made dashiki or something like that with a kufi hat and everything, all right? I'll get you all of that.
And culture. Well, wait a minute. Aren't we the ones that main majority that think that the world gets to enjoy? I mean, you show me what your culture is. We show the world what our culture is. And then last me to get off and land my plane. Everybody always asking, well, why didn't you all, ask Africans, why didn't you all never come back and try to save us? Why you all never come back and try to save us? And I had to tell people all the time, they never came back to try to save us because we don't come from there. We're from here. They know majority of us don't come from Africa. That's why they never came back over here to try to save us. How you gonna save somebody that doesn't come from where the hell you come from? They didn't give a damn about saving us because we never came from there. So why would they come and save us? You know, and then all that madness about, we need to come back over there and whatnot and learn our heritage and learn our culture. Man, that's just madness, man. But I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, I didn't like that culture and heritage. We already got that. We got that here. Mr. Kurt, hop in, Kurt. Mr. Kurt, hop in, Mr. Kurt.
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
How you doing, Kurt?
All right, how you doing?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
You know, it's just so funny, you know. I mean, we have showed them much love, you know. Damn. I'm 50 right now, man. And it's like, remember in the 90s, there was a group called X-Clan. We showed Africa love. I mean, brothers over here were dressing like Brother Jay.
Yeah.
You know, and the Grand Verbalizer. You know, so it's so funny how the tethers call in and say, oh, you hate us. We try to show you much love.
I told y'all that.
It's like, damn, you just spitting in our face.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, I mean, and what you've been saying has been really stuff in the back of my head for a long time. It's like, should I say it? You know what I'm saying? Because I live in Oakland, California.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, you know how Oakland, California was in the 60s. And being here, because I'm not from Oakland, but I've been here 25 years. I'm actually from Sacramento. But it's like, being down here, I learned that the Hyde Street district in San Francisco was like Oakland, California in the 60s. Like you talk about the sister, what was it, Mary Ellen, the millionaire? Yeah, and I went into her history because it was actually posted up in the transit center what she did. Because she was like a light-skinned sister that actually played both sides, not playing both sides like some light-skinned blacks do today, but she was like fooling them white folks. Oh, I'm a white one, but she was getting money for us and fooling them, and they got so mad they burned her house down. I went to the actual area where they burned her house down, man.
Wow.
But there's really, yes, because I researched that, and I'm so glad you've been bringing that up a couple times.
Yeah.
And being down here, and I just want to inform black people on here, especially some of the younger G's. Actually, the Parks and Services website has an actual history of the Buffalo Soldiers escorting President Eleanor D. Roosevelt down Market Street.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that's a major street in San Francisco. And he wrote a letter. It's on the Parks and Services website. He wrote a
Hey, Shabaka, all the crime and all the homelessness and drug addiction doesn't add up to what happens in Africa. We got to be honest about that. So you can't talk about crime and you're the crime capital. Your continent is the crime capital of the world.
letter say, oh, and think about the time that he was president.
South America is.
He actually wrote, oh my God, they're so organized, and they escorted me down Market Street. And I mean, they are buried at the Presidio in San Francisco. And the triple, I'm sure you know, Tariq, the triple nickels.
Yeah.
We're Smokey. For those who don't know, in these areas, they always talk about Smokey the Bear. Smokey the Bear refers to us because during one of the world wars, the Japanese tried to bomb us out using balloons, and guess who they sent to undetonate those balloons? Black people, the triple nickels. Yeah. And Smokey the Bear is associated with us. But I just want to say that's associated with us on the website. So when the tellers come in and say, what did you do? It is powerful what we did here, man.
Yes,
and I'm just, I don't know. I just wanted to say that. And I also have a request. I'm going to land my plane, Tariq. I have a request. I mean, given that, I've been listening the past couple of weeks, these drunk ass white people calling in and so mad that we're going to get reparations. Can I request from you, brother? Can we get another episode from Scooter the Shooter about these drunk? I need bro. Right, hey, your white boy impression is so funny. Can we get a quick episode of Scooter the Shooter? What he thinks about reparations? Just mocking these white people that just been calling them drunk out here. Yes. And I'll land my plane.
Thank you, brother. I might have to do that. I haven't done Scooter the Shooter in a long time. I've been thinking about doing some of the crispy episodes, doing like a crispy-thon. I've been thinking about doing that on my channel because a lot of y'all don't know about the Crispy Puppet era. That was a decade ago. The Crispy Puppet is very funny. I would have to do.
Y'all want to watch who Scooter the Shooter is? I don't know who Scooter the Shooter is. We're going to see who Scooter the Shooter is. Then after that, I'm going to land, all right?
Whoa, Scooter the Shooter here, dude. Earlier today, dudes, I was at my meth dealer's house, and we were watching the news, and there was some race baiter on there bitching and complaining about police brutality, dude. We gotta be fucking real, bro. 13% of the population commits 50% of the murders, dude. So it's not about race, bro. This is about numbers, dude. And I'm not fucking racist, man. I'm not a racist. I'm 185th Cherokee and my grandma's Cuban. So I'm not racist at all, dude. Oh, fuck me, man. I left my fucking meth pipe on the counter at Whole Foods. I gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta watch one more. Yo, Scooter the Shooter. Oh, shit. I never seen no shit like this ever. Oh, shit. Hold up. Let's see. Oh, Scooter the Shooter.
Whoa, Whoa, Scooter the Shooter here, man. Long time no see, dudes. Man, a few months ago, I got locked up on the crystal meth possession, man. But I'm back out here on the block right now, dude. Ready to rock out with my cock out, bros. Anyway, man, Thanksgiving season is here, dude. And I'm going to spend the holiday weekend with my girlfriend, Dorquasia, and her family in the housing projects. They're going to cook a delicious Thanksgiving dinner, dude. I'm going to cook a few dishes of my own, bros. I'm going to bring it over. My dishes are going to kick ass, dude. It's going to be freaking gnarly, man. I got kale, rhubarb, squash, granola, kale, rhubarb, squash, granola, kale, rhubarb, squash, granola, avocado wraps, dude, you name it. Kale, rhubarb, squash, granola, kale, rhubarb, squash, granola, kale, rhubarb, squash, granola, tuna casserole, dude, you name it.
Scooter the Shooter. Oh, my motherfucking God. Yo, I never see no shit like that ever in my life. Yo, Lala, for you, I'm gonna watch one more. Cause you laughed, I'm gonna watch one more. Scooter the Shooter. Oh, shit. I know who Crispy is. And Bucci Bear. Oh, my God. Oh, shit.
Hey, bros. Scooter the Shooter here, man. Not doing so good today, bros. Had a real bad argument with my girl, Dorquasia. She told me that my cock looks like a butterfly cocoon. How fucking dare you say that to somebody, man? She's a goddamn liar, dude. And she tricked me out of money, man. She told me that her grandma had diabetes and she needed money to get her pinky toe removed. So I gave her $25,000. After I gave her the money, I never heard from her again for like a week, bro. Then I looked on her social media, man, and she was down in goddamn New Orleans at the Essence Festival, dude. And she had the freaking nerve to put the hashtag bag secured under her photos, man. Goddamn whore bag. See, that's why folks are racist towards you people, man.
Oh, shit. Yo. Scooter the Shooter. Oh, shit. That shit is funny. Yo, I gotta send this to people. Oh, my God. Scooter the Shooter. Oh my God. They try to make. I'm sick and I'm calling it sick. Yeah, ball time. Yeah. Yeah, use your sick time, man. Use that PTO. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna land right here. Pan-Africanism hasn't worked for us. We have been trying it since the early 1900s. You know, we got conned, we got robbed over our money, we got scammed. The shit doesn't work. You know. I think Pan-Africanism needs to fix their community in their house, cause yeah, they got a bad rap out here. You know, I think, as I said yesterday, I think they're not too far from fucking white supremacy. You know, so yeah. I'm in the people's. I'm in a lot of. Yeah, facts. You know. Just call, yeah, man. Just. You're right, man. You can't be out there, yeah. Eat some cheetah, yo. Eat some cheetah ribs and stuff like that. Catch a venereal disease, man. You don't know how you caught the motherfucker, man. So you better be careful eating that fucking African food. You know, I ever heard Dr. Umar Johnson fade away. Yeah, man, he's turning on immigrants, you know? So what can we say, you know? It's just the Pan-Africanism has to, yo, they have to think as one. They don't think as one. All these fucking countries in Africa, they're fucking up, you know? So as I say, they need to get their shit together, man. And like, that's why I say it's one sided. If the motherfuckers is Pan African, go fix Africa. But foundational Black Americans are not. You're not gonna manipulate us anymore to fixing those countries anymore, or, the whole 9 yards. But I want to start giving my thanks out to Borrow Time, DJ X1, Lala Brown, thank you. Shabaka, thank you. Let's say DJ X1, Borrow Time, Lala. Be active. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for definitely voicing how you feel about the Latino community, that shit community. So definitely Latinos is always welcome on my page and stuff like that. Even though we bug out, y'all still welcome. So don't ever be a stranger. I even invite fucking white supremacy. So they can come to the page. It's just, it's just gonna be fucking crazy. What else? Borrow Time, Shout out to Kwame. Yo, Kwame, you're doing a good job, man. I can see the progress, World Best Braider, shout out to you. Thank you. Be active, Shabaka, Be active, Shabaka. V for Vengeance, shout out to you, man. Thank you for everything. Thank you for even popping up, my friend. Double Edge Logic, thank you. I appreciate the different perspective that you do give, man. I do appreciate that. Oh yeah, Lala Brown, definitely you too. Like, I like how you're very consistent with what you say and stuff, and you never change. So keep that up too. I appreciate that. Sonic Boone, thank you. Thank you for watching. I appreciate your question and what you wanted to ask. DJ X1, thank you for always popping up on my page, man. It means a lot. Thank you. Let's see. DJ X1, V for Vengeance. Alright, V for Vengeance. Alright, let's see who's the top. DJ X1. Lala. Oh, Dwight Doris. Shout out to Dwight Dorsey. Shout out to Same Day Parlay. Sorry, Del Monte. Shout out to Del Monte as always. Jersey Drive. Shout out to you. The Eva New. Shout out to you. Always shout out to Randall Robinson. Shout you out, and shout out to FBA flag. American Flag TL, the lineage. Thanks for the subscribe. All right.